Hi, how is everybody doing? Welcome to this week's episode of Morningstar and Company Incorporated, an actual play D&D 5th edition live broadcast, currently in Season 2, post Curse of Strahd, post The Abyss, probably now back in Faerun, and beginning a new arc in our story. I am DMF Saint. I'll introduce myself in a second, but first, let's go around the horn and introduce all of the wonderful players and actors for this evening, starting with Chum.
Now, you see, you always have to throw in like a probably or maybe somewhere. I don't like that.
It's like you
But
pick up on my style, though.
yes, well, I'm getting used to it. I am Chum, Chum Nation around here in these internet parts, and I am playing Varys Selvarin, the High Elf Warlock. And yeah, hopefully get back to some normal city life, in a normal place. Glad to be here. Joe.
Hello, I am Joe. Just Joe. Here I am as my second week as Bree, the Warforged rogue fighter. I'm still new to the group and still trying to figure out everything because with more answers there are like 50 more questions, but I will speak for Bree and say we are excited to be here. Okay.
I'm Mikechi. I play Delg, the stone-shapen tree, jumping, god, praying, used to be feeble-minded, trying to get married. Cascade's mom? Nature player. um, definitely see people in a new town, so I'm kind of excited to maybe get a little bit more hospitality than Barovia and every other place we've been to.
Hi, I'm Osirix Franco. I play Cascade Traylon, the Water Genasi Order of the Scribes wizard who is not to be trusted ever about anything ever again. I think your girl's mission is the same as it's always been. Get home. Passing over to Ash.
Hi, that's me. Zoom wouldn't unmute. Hi, I'm Ash, Go Bash Rabbit, here on Twitch and Twitter, and I play Hope the Firbolg Life Cleric. Also desperately confused as to where we're at. Really hoping we're in Faerun. Otherwise, it's like, I don't even know anymore. Anyway, Saint, it's your turn.
Hi, I am DMF Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint. Also, DM for this year and a half long campaign. So last week was an interlude of sorts, a piece between other pieces, as the party made their way out of Aldenoc's Egg and out of the Abyss, and found a small, nondescript inn in the middle of a dense forest at a crossroads between two dirt roads. Inside, they met a man by the name of Ozzy and his companion Raj. And, of course, as things go with the Morningstar and Company crew, things were not normal. It turned out that the inn itself was also at a crossroads, though not at the crossroads they thought. During their stay at the Shadow of Sylvanas Inn, Rognus, leaving behind a few of his treasured artifacts and a dollop of mayonnaise, departed the group, and a new member of the group joined. Bree. As Bree began to be questioned by the group, having some answers and having other deeper questions revealed in the process, Bree's sub-programming activated and delivered a message from Hope's brother, Fettel. Later on, Ozzy the Innkeep turned out to be more than the party expected, and revealed some of the deeper mysteries that are going on in the greater world, while again as they said, bringing up even more questions. Before leaving, Ozzy shared a laugh with Delg and said, "I can see why my daughter likes you both." Could that be a hint at some of the bigger picture implications of how this party became involved with this story at this time with these players? Probably. The storm that had kept them in this inn had disappeared. Not subsided, but disappeared. And suddenly, a bright and sunshining day awaited them outside the front door as they left, one by one, and found themselves standing. Not in a forest, not at a crossroads, but instead in the middle of a city, seemingly teeming with life and people. You all kind of bounce into each other as you come through the door. Those of you who went through the door first, as you get kind of bumped into from behind, would turn around and notice that the people that are coming behind you are not coming through a doorway. They are materializing out of thin air. There is no backwards direction to go at this point. You cannot go back to the inn as there is nothing there. Your belongings are all with you. Your party is all with you. Welcome to a brand new city and civilization. What would you like to do?
What time of day is it?
It is early morning. Probably if you're judging the sun correctly, which you'd have to go out of the alley to fully do, but it seems like based on the kind of angle that the light's coming off of the roofs, it seems like we're talking like really early morning, like 6 or 7 a.m. So wherever you were before, it was later in the day than it is now.
Okay. And if we're in the alley, I'd kind of like go out and see if I see like guards or something. Kind of just get a quick, good judge of like, are we in a big town or just a small settlement?
Okay. Remind me again if, since we're in a town and there's going to be more things going on, let me go over this again. I'm going to confirm your passive perceptions, if you guys can check on that for me.
Sir.
16 or 17, excuse me, 17.
When did you go up one?
It must have been with the Staff of Power, adding
Okay.
stuff. I don't know.
Cool. Dog, still 19?
Yes, sir.
Hope, 14?
14, yes.
Cascade, 11 still?
That is correct.
How is she an 11?
She just is.
All right. And then not Rognus, but Bree. What is Bree's passive perception?
15.
All right, awesome. So with your passive perception, Delg, without doing any more of a specific investigation, looking around down the two directions of the alley, you see what look to be two fairly busy thoroughfares and a number of people traveling by. This early in the morning for that many people, you could be in as big of a city as Turin. You could be in as big of a city as Waterdeep has been described to you. There are enough people passing that it could just be early enough in the day that that's how big it is and that's how many people are here. It's not a small town or city by any means. Medium to large, potentially metropolis. You're not sure.
Okay. I mean, I guess first step is to get out of the alley. Can't go back, so let's go forward. Try to figure out where we're at.
Easy enough. And Cascade will start taking steps forward to leave the alley.
I'm gonna pop Mistral out, like 100 feet in the air, and have a look around, and I'll grab onto Hope's arm as we move out of the alley.
All right. Bree, this is the first time kind of moving as a formation and with this group. How does Bree kind of fall into the mix? And does Bree just follow, or is there a pause? Does Bree lead?
big surprise, but maybe not really. She is going to be behind Hope and Delg, sort of, looking at everything, assessing everything, but also keeping an eye on them as much as possible.
Okay.
Currently, I'm basically in step with Cascade, and Hope and Varys are in step, probably right behind us.
Okay. So let's go over what you all see first, and then we'll go over what Mistral sees. So, as you come out of this alleyway, you are in probably what is the more of a residential area within the city. And most of the traffic that you see is heading in the same direction as if they're going to a downtown location, probably on the way to work, whatever their work may be for that day. You see families that are walking along, husband and a wife with their young child between them, holding hands. You see groups of 2, 3, even a group of 6 young men boisterously laughing as they get their day started. Already had whatever beverages it took to make them this wide awake and energetic. There's a sense on everybody's face of just normalcy and peace and calm and day-to-day living. There is no kind of outward sign that you're used to or that you would all be on the lookout for of strife, conflict, unhappiness, or any sort of terror or morose demeanor. Mistral sees that this city is rather large, probably not as big as Turin. The city exists, Mistral can see now, within a long clearing that is along a road within a rather large forest. So the city itself has an elongated structure. You are on the northeastern end of the city, and the majority of the traffic is heading toward the southwestern side of the city.
Okay.
Also worth noting, there are more people with elvish features than you're used to seeing in an urban area.
What about armed personnel? More like guards, or what are most people are wearing? Because I know we're walking around like I got full plate mail and lots of other gadgets.
You do see an occasional guard in the passers-by. Like, if you were to stop and kind of take an assessment, like, at the edge of the alley before you fully joined in with the throng of people here, you see a couple guards, but they're mostly milling about and talking with people. It doesn't seem like this is an active watch station, or that there is need for much policing, at least in this area of the town. You could explore further in the town to find out if that's the same everywhere, but it seems to be a relatively suburban area, suburban downtown situation, for lack of a better kind of analogy for you. So
Pretty
yes,
much we're gonna stick out like a sore thumb with all of our gear.
it currently appears that way.
Are we also still dressed in like rag tagged winter clothes, or have we changed into our regular garb? Because when we were leaving, we thought we were headed out into a snowy forest.
So I would say you are probably still wearing your winter garb, and it is not winter.
Well, you're wearing my winter garb.
Mhm.
I'll put Mistral away, and looks like a fairly large city, and it looks like most people are headed to the southwest for some reason, or that's just the general flow of of foot traffic.
Cities usually like this? Like everyone seems happy?
Yes, from what I remember.
Okay. It's just such a stark contrast to Falaki and
Well, there's no dark
Yes.
overlord repressing these people
yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right.
for millennia.
At least we can hope not, right?
Right. It doesn't appear that there is.
Okay. I'll take that as a good sign.
Well, I guess we can follow the flow and see if we can figure out where we're at. Maybe chat with some people that look friendly.
Yeah.
Varys, I noticed
Yes?
that a lot of them look more elvish, so they might take to you more kindly. I don't know where we're at or what kind
I'm
of.
happy I'm happy to do the talking.
We
Yes,
might
I
want to
think we-
find a place to change.
Yes, I agree with that. We need to find somewhere to bed, not bed down, but for, stash stuff or whatever, so we're not carrying everything around with us. Is there like a street vendor in this neighborhood? Any, some customer service oriented type person?
Not that you can see. Have you popped Mistral back completely?
Yes, she's
Okay.
gone.
Not that you can see in this neighborhood. Like I said before, it's more of a residential area. This isn't a place where vendors would set up. They'd more
Okay.
set up so that like they didn't have to move once lunchtime hit, so that they could kind of
Okay.
capture their whole audience in one place.
Yeah, so I
Um,
think we just fall in with the group
yeah.
and start heading.
People are probably headed to work and things. We'll probably find, businesses and whatnot. We'll just kind of head with the flow. Go with the
Okay.
flow.
I'm assuming everybody's just following along with that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So as you head out into the flow and kind of join traffic heading in that direction, you do get a couple looks. There are a couple people that smile at you as you walk into the street and kind of nod and tip their hat a little bit. There are a couple that are actively look like they're talking at you, about the group of you. And you see that there's one couple with their kid that kind of, the kid's like pointing and looking excitedly, and they kind of like hush the kid away and like, no, that's rude, don't
Okay.
don't point.
You can tell at least me what they say.
The kid was, so you read the lips. The kid was super excited, because he had never seen anybody with the hue of skin that Cascade has.
Okay. Yeah, because I'd be scanning the people list, trying to figure out, like, catching up on just like information of where we're at or what people are just kind of saying in conversation, anything that might be helpful.
So a couple, you do pick, actually, let's make an investigation check, just because it is a relatively larger, more populated area, and you're scanning a bunch of different conversations, so let's see how much you can pick up. 12. Yeah, so you catch a couple snippets of conversation. People, you catch one group that is talking about you being adventurers. One group has one guy that really, really admires your shield dog. There's a group of people that are talking about... Oh, let's see here. There's a group of people that are talking about the show later that they want to go to. And you catch a name, scrolling down through all of my notes to try to get this. The Velvet Veil. and a bunch of conversations about how people wish that they had still been in bed and they didn't want to go to work this day, and how if only the rooster wouldn't have gone off and they could have stayed in bed hugging their pillow.
Thank you.
So, heading down, following the traffic, the city itself breaks away into a much more populated area yet, with larger throngs of people. You start to see shops. You start to see little like businesses that are storefronts with floors above that might be used for office space, might be used for, living quarters or whatever. You start to see street vendors. You start to see more life and more activity. You're in the center of a trade district in a relatively major city. I could keep just describing how busy it is if you want me to, but it'd be more helpful if you guys give me a little bit of a...
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody speaking common that I've seen so far.
What other languages do you know?
I know Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Orcish.
Yeah, you hear a couple of people, or you catch a couple of people speaking in Elvish.
Given that this is such a large city and there's so many people kind of coming and going, Cascade would kind of duck to the side to where she hears common and just put a hand up and say, excuse me, we're looking for a tavern or a place to stay. Could you direct us?
Yes, you're not from around here, are you?
No, passing through.
Oh. Yes, there are a couple of places that you can stay in town. How long are you going to be here?
Not long.
It's funny. Most of the people that make their way here are already familiar with our town. That's a little odd.
Taking the long way.
Sure. Well, you could stay. I don't know what your budget is. From the looks of it, you're coming from someplace rather cold. Though I'm not sure how you got here.
Again, the long way.
Okay. If your budget is on the larger side, I would check the Ashen Benford Arms. You could check the White Hart Inn or the Six Shields. There's a inn for every budget, as they say.
Keeper, could I get those just one more time? Ashen Benford Arms,
White Hart Inn, and the Six Shields.
Where they always leave the light on for you.
Thank you. Could you direct me to the nearest one? Just which general area?
Well, you're closest to the White Hart Inn. It is in the center of the trade district. You can't miss it. It's relatively close. I think it's about a block and a half away from the Velvet Vale. And that you definitely can't miss. So just head on down the road, make a left, honestly follow the traffic through, and you'll make your way there.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And she'll just nod.
I hope you get where you're going.
She'll do a friendly wave and return back. There are a few inns around. One, the White Hart Inn. I know we're not really looking for a place to stay, but it might be good to have something in the back of our minds.
100% think we should go and we are probably going to be here at least a day. We should definitely go and get a room or get rooms.
I was given several options. At least now, if this one doesn't pan out, there are two others we can try.
Okay.
Wherever we are, this seems to be a destination, not a pass-through. And
Did you
these
happen
clothes.
to ask the name of the town?
No, they seemed uncertain about discussing with me. It seems I found a rather curious person to ask. I didn't want to draw more attention than is unnecessary. I figured we could ask more as we continue on. However, they did mention something about the Velvet Veil and how we can't miss it. Does that mean anything to any of us? I'm assuming not.
Oh, Delg, you've been to the Velvet Veil before, right?
This isn't
Ah.
Monster
wait.
of the Week.
We're not. Oh wait, we're not from here.
There are two
Um,
people that could make that roll if you want to in your party.
Actually, someone talked about seeing a show at the Velvet Veil.
Could I
when
roll
we were
history?
Yeah, you can.
Jim?
Yeah.
when we were making our way here. So I'm guessing maybe some kind of theater.
A 15.
15. It rings a bell for you, and it's not. It rings a bell enough for you to know it's a long way away from Waterdeep. And there's something about that particular inn that kind of has your spidey senses tingling.
Does it rent by the hour?
No.
By
By
that
that-
kind of inn?
by that
the
name, it
White
should.
Hart, the White Hart Inn has my spidey senses tingling.
No, the Velvet Veil.
Okay. It's the name is somewhat familiar. A far off destination from where I frequented. I have a strange feeling about it, but perhaps if we can just get the name of the city at some point.
Well, shall we go
perhaps
try and find what was the nearest one? The
the White Hart Inn? It's the center of the trade district.
White Hart Inn. Well, let's see if we
And
can find that.
Cascade will repeat the instructions that were given to head towards that direction.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Y'all heading over there?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
So,
The tavern that you see when you get there is a relatively modest establishment. There are several floors. In contrast to the other buildings around, this one has 3 floors above the main hall. The windows on the front all have very clear, well-polished panes of glass, and you can see inside a nice assortment of different-sized tables, a fireplace in the corner, a bar that has several people already sitting at it, and people are sitting at the tables too, having their breakfast, and an innkeeper kind of hastily going back and forth, attending to people. The decor within this establishment appears to be not extravagant, but nice. The candles look like they're traded out pretty regularly, so there's not, globs of wax all over the wooden counters. The sconces on the wall are relatively clean and devoid of any sort of soot or ash buildup. It's a well cared for establishment that you've found your way into.
Oh, this place looks all right.
is it weird that I missed the Blue Water Inn a little bit?
No.
Okay. This place is nice. Yeah.
We spent a lot of time there, didn't we?
Just a little bit.
Full of good people.
I hope they're okay.
You could
Shall
always
we?
send them a message and find out.
I'll go up to the innkeep and see about getting rooms.
Yeah, so as you head in and head up to the bar, The man greets you with a smile as he wipes the water off of his hands from cleaning, and lets the towel that he had in his hands drop, and it's attached to his apron. And in an odd gesture, as you step up, he immediately extends his hand and says, "Hi, my name is Hemo. Welcome to the White Hart Inn. How can I help you today?"
I'll extend my hand and shake his, and hi, I'm Delg, and we're looking for a few rooms to stay for at least a night.
Absolutely. How many were you requiring?
I'll look back and I'll be like, probably 6 or 5. Sorry, 5. 6.
5.
5 rooms? Absolutely. We have a number of rooms available. It's a little bit of the off season for our town, so you're in luck. Normally around this time of the year, we're just starting to get busy, so we do happen to have that many rooms available. They're 5 silver apiece. They do not come with food included, so you would have to fend for yourselves in that regard. But the rooms are a very nice, comfortable, comfortably. Completely lost my thought. Yeah, we have rooms for you.
I'll put up the 25 silver on the counter, and I'll thank him. And it says, speaking of, we're kind of passing through. You said this town. Where? Can I ask what town this is?
You
Far from home. Been traveling a long time.
fair. I assume that you are not from around anywhere near this area and have never been here before. So not just far away, but never been here. It's Ashen Benford. It is a trade destination. Most of the people around here have heard of it, so sorry, I didn't mean to assume that you were that local.
Is that Ashen like ASHEN?
ASHABEN.
ASHA.
Yeah, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but I don't care. This is my world, and I'm doing it.
No, I don't care. I'm just.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
it.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, I was way off. Ashaben Ford. Okay, okay.
He is collecting the keys from behind the counter and passing them in your direction. So that's for, you said, it was 25 silver at 3 for 5. Well, that math doesn't quite add up. 5 of you. 3 silver.
Oh, 5. You said 5 silver, sir. Is it 3?
Oh, it was 5 silver. I'm sorry. It's been a day. There have been so many things that have been happening. So for 1 night,
3 is better. Oh.
1 night for 5 silver each. The rooms are upstairs. I've picked out rooms on the same floor. There's one room that is separate from the rest if you would like to use, if one of you would like a little bit more privacy. And come downstairs if you have any food once you get settled in. Or you want to have any food once you get settled in.
Okay.
I'll thank them and take the keys, and figure to go up to the rooms and change, and I'll pass the keys out to everybody.
Who has a passive insight higher than 15?
I do.
Insight. Nope.
Okay. Those of
Mine
you
is at 15. I don't know if that.
that counts. Yeah, beat it.
Okay.
So those of you who have a passive insight a bit higher than 15, given the trauma that some random puppet master of a creature has instilled in you, you are a little hyper aware of your surroundings and the people you meet. This man just seems like he's a dude. He's just working in an inn. He's a hotel front desk manager. A little bit addle-minded, but otherwise completely as he seems.
Or is he?
Fooled us once, never again.
All right.
I would like to change out of these clothes, if that's all right.
Yep.
Cascade would purposely choose one of the rooms that was in the bundle, not trying to pick a room that's separate. And she would kind of quickly go upstairs and change into her normal, more weather-appropriate garb.
If he designated like which one was supposed to be a more separate one,
It's
when
pretty
he handed
clear.
the key, I would take that key and I would actually hand it to Bree, and give the other one to us.
Bree will take the key.
All right.
Go upstairs and change.
Yep.
Yeah.
Once Cascade is changed, she will, grab her staff and everything, head back downstairs and sit at a table, kind of in the same way that they just did at the Shadow of Sylvanas, and just kind of wait for everyone to come down so they can make a plan.
Okay.
When we were,
I was down there already because I didn't really have to change. So.
When we were in the trade district, did it seem like we were still kind of sticking out like a sore thumb?
You're in the trade district.
We weren't?
You are in the trade district.
Right.
You're
so
still in the
before we
trade
came
district.
inside, outside with other people, did we kind of still not fit in with all of our gear, or were there...
There were other people around that were actually getting, looked like they were geared, or at least could handle themselves. You're not sticking out as sore of a thumb as you think you were. And people aren't really looking at you in a way that's like, what the hell are they doing? Like, people are kind of accepting you as a sight they're not confused that they see.
I was just debating on if I should leave my stuff behind or not, but I think I'll keep it with me.
Okay.
I'm talk to the innkeep, and just try and get a basic lay of the land, possibly a place where you could find a map of the city, and specifically asking about bookstores and arcane shops if there are any.
Sure. So during the conversation, he tells you that there is maps of the region that you could possibly peruse at the Welcoming Center, which is on the... Yeah, the Welcoming Center is on the northeastern side of the town. So
where
it's
we just came from.
past where you just came from, yeah. And then he also mentions that there are a number of landmarks to look for in that area when you're trying to find the Welcoming Center, because the Welcoming Center is just like a building that has a sign on front of it. Those are the wheelwright and the stables.
Wheelwright and stables. Okay, that's for the Welcome Center. Okay.
Yeah. And then for arcane stores, not too many arcane stores in this region.
Okay.
He mentions that there is a rather eccentric gnome who runs an alchemist shop within the trade district. But otherwise, you might be able to find some things at Malthamer's.
Malthamer's?
I will spell that in the chat for you.
Okay. And a bookstore.
When you talk about bookstore, he kind of stops for a second, and he's like, I don't know where they would have books around here. I'd have to say the Temple of Tyr is probably your only bet in this town. This is more of a working class trade stop area. Not too much call for the reading, if you catch my drift.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
GM,
Hi.
now that Cascade knows the name of the town, and given that she, you know, her background studying and all that stuff, can I get an idea of how far from Waterdeep it is exactly? And like coordinate wise, we are to the east, the west, the south.
You are... Yes. You don't know specifically, like... You're not zoned into exactly where you are, but
Yeah.
it's got to be half the world away to the east. Or Waterdeep would be to the west from where you are currently.
Mm-hmm.
Far. Quite far.
Varys, thank you for letting me wear these warm clothes. I appreciate it. I left them in my room. I figured we could.
Absolutely. I'll collect them later. It's fine.
Yeah.
But you're welcome. I found I don't know if you heard what I was asking over there, but if you're interested, there might be a shop with some arcane things in it. There's an alchemist shop too if you need any potions or anything, but
Good to know.
But it's the first real city we've been to in quite some time. So,
Yeah.
yeah, might want to do some exploring. Maybe get some new boots. You know, been wearing the same pants for like two or 3 months. It's gross. So, I mean, they've been cleaned, obviously, but
Yes, obviously.
you know, little spruce up.
Yeah. Indeed. We'll have a long journey ahead of us yet. If Waterdeep is in fact our destination still.
So, do you know where this place is? Do you know how far we are?
We are a long ways away. We are closer than we've been, but
I mean, days long, weeks long, months long. How long?
well, if I was taking a planet and giving us a fraction, I'd say about half of it.
Well, hopefully it's a small planet.
Yeah. We should be so lucky.
Yes. Go ahead.
I just she'll kind of look around for the others to see, you know, if Hope or Bree or Delg and what they're up to, kind of seeing if they're coming down.
Yeah, I'd probably be coming down the stairs at this time.
She'd nod over to Delg and gesture over. Is there anything in particular you'd like to look for, Delg?
Maybe a temple of some sort.
I didn't ask for temples specifically, but there is a temple of Tyr. He said that might be the only place to find any books, although I'm not sure if it'll be books other than about that particular god. So,
Right.
do temples keep libraries of other books, or just mainly about that one being?
I think it might depend on each temple in its own.
Okay.
So, but yeah, maybe find. I think I heard you say something about getting some clothes or something as I was coming down. So,
I'm
mind.
sure there's a variety of clothing shops around, but if you go to that temple, I would like to go with you.
I just think it'd be kind of nice to, as much as we have to do, I think it'd be nice to kind of relax for a day, and maybe not have to worry about too much, if we can.
I'd just like to wander around a normal city for a day. I think I would find that relaxing.
Did you guys say something about wandering, and Hope will kind of like walk down the stairs? She would have brought Renault and Mist into her room and had them get situated. Wandering?
Yes, explore the city, maybe do a little shopping. You know, normal things that we haven't done.
I don't think I've ever been in a city and officially shopped for anything, save for the Nowhere Inn. And even then, that was buying rations and fawning over things that we didn't have access to.
Yes. So where should we go first? Anyone? Anyone? Any
I
preferences?
mean,
Is Bree
let's-
downstairs yet?
Bree hasn't really left the main room.
Okay.
She's been kind of watching the room and assessing everything. And when you all kind of found a table, she would have kind of wandered over and not really sat down, but still kind of hovered around and just kind of keeping watch, but not so much like guard duty. It's more of just kind of casual interest in the world around her.
Let's just go out and maybe find something small to eat and see what's nearby and go from there. I'm hungry.
I think this is a good idea.
What are you hungry for, Delg?
Something different. Something new.
'Cause I kind of get the feeling that
And bacon.
whatever you're hungry for, you can find it. We just have to, you know, it's kind of probably on us to figure that out.
You know, if we can find clothes, then I wouldn't mind going and changing again, I guess.
I would like to wear something that isn't what I have been wearing this whole journey.
Maybe,
All right,
maybe
let's go.
we can
Let's
get,
go clothes shopping.
I know. We'll get Hope a new scarf so she can have something nicer.
Was the innkeep's name Hemo?
Himo, Himo.
Himo.
Mhm.
So we'll ask Himo. You know, clothing shops, but kind of nice clothing shops. You know. For the how do I want to say it, for the upper class adventurer.
For the discerning individual, if you will.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. The discerning adventurer.
Well, the discerning adventurer would only find probably two places to buy clothing. If you were looking to have it custom made for you, you'd have to go to Loon's Fine Leathers. Otherwise, Malthimer, that we mentioned before, he might have some clothing, though that would be more what you see is what you get, we'll say.
Okay.
Maybe secondhand
So
trade-ins.
So what is this Malthimer's shop? I mean,
It's just a merchant shop, but he tends to have the wider selection of goods. There's a couple other shops in town, but you mentioned wanting arcane things, and because
Yes.
he's kind of a trader, most of the people that come into town that have things that they want to pick up kind of go to him.
okay, I see.
So, but if you're looking for something a little bit different, like I said, there are other shops in town. Just, you mentioned arcane objects. That's where I would go.
Okay. All right, Loon's Fine Leathers. It is then. Let's go.
Cascade will just wordlessly get up and kind of brush off her, her lap and happily follow, as happily as Cascade ever seems.
So I am not going to go through the description of you walking through this town every single time.
No, it's fine.
Right.
Hard cut to the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just go to the shop. Let's get. Yeah, we
And
don't
Yeah.
need to do that.
there.
So this is, for those of you who have watched the Critical Role episodes, this is the shopping montage episode where you guys get to do
Yep.
whatever you want to, basically.
Montage.
Go to the mall.
So one of the stops y'all want to make is the leather shop, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. Where else are you guys
Walk
wanting to
in
go?
and it's like a bondage leather shop. This isn't
my
exactly what we're
God.
looking for.
Yeah, drill balls
Discerning,
hanging on the wall.
discerning.
There's a doorway that says 18 plus.
I assume it's more than just leathers, right? I mean,
Yeah, so if we're going there first, then yeah, it's a leather and tailoring shop.
okay. Yeah, I just want a new set of.
I mean, we're
Clothes,
gonna
you
be
know.
at the shops. I'm not gonna take you to them.
Oh,
though.
okay.
So we're still gonna go through the
Okay.
the shop stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. We'll definitely go to the arcane shop as well, the trade shop.
Yeah, Multhimers,
Well, mall things. There you go.
and might as well go to the alchemist too to see, what potions they have. And we'll find some food along the way of one of those places, and the Temple of Tyr, right? I assume you want to go by there, right, Doug?
Yeah.
The
And
one place
honestly,
with books.
That's the temple, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Leave that open. I'll do a little marky poo for that page because you're gonna need that one. All right. So let's do Loon's Fine Leathers. As you walk in, there is a relatively slender, full elven man with what appears to be incredibly soft skin. And the first thing you notice is that his hair is a little bit longer, but cropped to like fully accentuate the features of his ears, which are just like, it's like his skin looks like a puppy that you just want to pet. Do you know what I mean? Like just that very soft velvet, like I would like to know what that feels like. I'm sure some of you don't have that reaction, but I'm trying to give you an idea of how gorgeous this man's skin is. He seems to be focused on a table with several tools, and he's currently sewing two pieces of leather together, and says, "I'll be with you in just a moment." And he continues his work for a little bit, and then sets his tools down, takes his apron off, and stands up to the counter. How can I help you? Welcome to Loon's Fine Leathers.
I will say to him in Elvish, "Hello, I hope you don't mind. I haven't spoken our native tongue in a very long time because I haven't really had anyone to practice with."
I'm glad I can help you have that experience, then.
I'm back in common. Thank you. Just a small thing.
It is the small things that make us the most happy.
My friends and I would like to buy some clothing. As you can see, we're a little bit worse for the wear. And yeah, that's about it.
Was there anything in particular that you had in mind for clothing?
I would like a new pair of boots, similar in style to the ones I'm currently wearing, and pants, shirts, a couple pairs of each.
Several pairs of each.
Yes. Let's say 3.
And he has a note, like a little parchment paper that he's taking notes on as he says that. So 3 boots, 3 pants, and
Oh
3
no,
shirts.
just 1 pair of boots. Sorry, 1 pair of boots, but 3 of everything else.
All right. Is it just you that was interested in clothing?
I'm not sure.
I'll go up once he was done and tell him that I'd like the same thing for me, but obviously my size.
And one pair of boots as well for you.
Yes, please.
That can be arranged. As a caveat to my services, I will need to outsource the cobbling for the boots. I do most of it, but some of it I do not have in my shop. It will take a little extra time.
That's fine.
And is that all for your order today?
Might I ask
yeah.
about for a pair of gloves?
Absolutely. Was there a particular material you had wanted me to use, or?
Leather should be fine as long as it's a thinner. Not working gloves. You understand? If they could be fingerless, that would be ideal.
Yes. I know the shop screams of harsh leather and working protection, but I am able to do finer things.
Precision of language is all I meant.
Well, I'll look at Cascade, and your shoes are fine. You've been walking on those stairs for quite some time.
She'll look down at them, and as with most of her clothing, they're all like a slightly damp, so it's almost like they've kind of molded to the shape of her feet. And she'll look at Delg and say, I honestly hadn't noticed a difference. I mean, if the master leather worker here wouldn't mind another pair of shoes, that should be fine.
Again, as long as you don't mind the extra time for the cobbler to give me what I need to finish them, then...
How much extra time, just for the curious mind?
It depends on your expected delivery date for the goods. I would assume... As long as it's only 3 boots, and he looks at you, Hope, would you be requiring a new pair of boots as well?
No, mine are okay. I'm mostly looking for an extra pair of leather pants and maybe a new robe, but if that's not your specialty, that's fine.
I'm absolutely able to make robes.
Okay.
Did you have a preference for material for the robe? Also, I apologize. I assumed that the clothing for the 2 gentlemen were to be leather. Is that the case, or were you looking for more everyday clothing?
I was thinking like a well, I was thinking more of a sturdier cloth for the shirt, but for the pants, yes. Oh, that's fine.
So mechanically, are you looking for traveling clothes, or are you looking for like common clothes?
Just the stuff to wear under my armor.
Traveling clothes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yep, same.
Okay. So mechanically, you would like 3 sets of traveling clothes and 1 pair of boots, each of you.
Yes.
1 glove and 1 pair of boots for Cascade. Is Bree asking for anything?
Is there anything like just sort of out and about?
I mean, it's mostly a workshop. There's no like display case of what he can do. I'd say that what's your... Actually, make me an investigation check. Let's do it that way.
Is there like a rack of cloaks somewhere?
13. So I'd say you could put together from what you see from different cuts of leather, different scrap pieces. that he's kind of saved in one little area to use on other projects. The tools that he has and the level of tools he has, that he's capable of making a pretty wide variety of things, and he's quite skilled at what he does. But beyond that, to like specifically what he can make, you'd have to ask.
Well, it's not necessarily like the what kind of a thing. I think well, let's resolve this. Let's resolve this in character. Bree will be kind of listening into everybody, and since there's nothing really to look at, she will just kind of be I don't know, looking at herself a little bit and looking around, and she will turn to Hope and say,
Hope, do you believe items of clothing would assist in our missions?
That is entirely possible. In the event that you needed to pass more as a what's the word? An organic figure.
It does appear that I am standing out a bit compared to others.
I like how you stand out, but others might not.
Yes, then, maybe to assist, I will require some garments as well.
The same as others?
She will kind of like quizzically look at between like Hope and Varys and everything, because she's kind of unsure. She hasn't really had to worry too much about like clothing. It's more of just like armor stuff. So she's kind of quizzically looking for an answer from someone.
Maybe a nice tunic, with some pants would be acceptable. What do you think, Bree?
Yes, a tunic and pants would be acceptable.
Wonderful. So one set for Bree then. And as he's taking all these notes, he seems to be like a very cautious, like planning out, working through everything as he goes. He doesn't talk too quickly. Very, very professional and proficient in his job. One set. All right. So, assuming that you would like to know how much the bill of sale will be for this.
Please.
For the young man here, welcome back to closer to your homeland. The 3 sets of clothing would be 2 gold each. The boots would be 1 each, for a grand total of 7 gold from you. The same for the more diminutive fellow. For the gloves, 7 silver and 1 gold for the boots. We'll say 1 gold and 5 silver for the robe. And for the pants and Bree, it would just be the 2 gold for you. I could have this ready and prepared for you in a week's time. It will be available for pickup at my shop the morning 7 days from order. If that is unacceptable, I do have expedited services at a cost.
And when you say expedited,
Yeah.
how quick could you get that to us?
I can imagine.
And what would the cost be?
I could half the time for an additional 25% total. I could half it again for, say, an additional 50%. I do have other things I'm working on and other commissions.
So 3 days for 25% more?
4, but yes.
4 days?
3 days to work. It'll be available on the 4th day in the morning.
If you, I'll pay for the 2 days for all of them.
I'm sorry. Are you paying for the whole lot
Yes.
of? Okay. Well then, and he gives you the total that I probably should have had already together: 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. He rounds it off to just a straight 19, plus an additional 20% or 25%. Just 25% of 19. Who wants?
Well, you wanted the
50.
super
Yeah,
expedited,
50%
so-
on
Or
that.
50%. So 8, 27.
So 20. So I will take out 40 gold and I'll put it on there for him.
Sir, this is far too much.
It's a tip. I appreciate you being able to expedite for us.
That is a generosity that I do not often see in my profession. I will.
We're not from around here.
I can tell. You can't imagine what this will mean to me and my family. I will begin working right away. Is there a place in town where you can be reached if I happen to complete it earlier?
Yeah,
yeah.
we're staying at the White Hart Inn.
Wonderful. He glances at the amount of money you put on the counter and stops for a second when you say White Hart Inn. All right. If I will send a messenger over or bring them myself to the White Hart Inn when they are completed. Again, I cannot thank you enough. If you excuse me, I will get right on this.
Thank you.
And he kind of shyly bows away and goes back to his work table as he goes back.
As we leave, I think Cascade will just kind of over her shoulder ask, I'm sorry, one other question. We heard something about the Velvet Veil. Some kind of entertainment there, perhaps?
Yes, it is a fest hall in town. There's entertainment there almost nightly. Local performers, traveling performers from all around sing and perform songs and plays from time to time. It's a rather large hall with food and drink. It's the primary source of leisure time for those who travel through the city.
Understood.
You can't miss it. It is very close to the White Hart Inn.
That's what I recall. Thank you for your time. It's appreciated.
Absolutely.
Delg, I noticed you've been spending a lot. It's not necessary, but thank you.
Thank you for covering that.
Shall we go to the next shop?
Absolutely.
Sure.
What one are we going to next?
Wherever is next, DM. Wherever you say is next, that's where we're going.
Can't
Whichever
do that.
NPC you want to play next.
Can't do
alright.
that.
Well, my vote's for Multhimers. Then.
Yep. That's fine.
Sure. Maybe they'll have better armor that I could get.
All right. So it takes asking a couple people different directions to get there, and you find that his shop is, for being the main merchant shop that the innkeeper had suggested to you, you're surprised that it's off the beaten path from the kind of main thoroughfare through the town. And as you approach it, it is several stories, The first and the second story are nothing but glass windows through which you can see a number of clothing things, small items and artifacts. You can see weapons, you can see armor, you can see shields. Whereas the leatherworker shop was very much an artisan's tool shed, this is a display. This does have display cases and things like that. As you go in, you notice that this is a rather busy shop, and there are several clerks that are busily kind of going around making sure that everybody's attended to. There is a man behind the counter who is a rather short and rather portly human that has a giant, very full beard. And at first, when you see him, you assume he's a dwarf. And as you get closer and hear him talk with no affectations whatsoever and see his mannerisms, it's clear that he's just a short, portly, bearded human. And he is smiling from ear to ear as he watches all of these people looking around and preparing to give them all of their money.
Is this like a pawn shop?
It is a combination of a couple things. So mechanically, I'm gonna, because this has come up before. Y'all tell me what you're looking for. I'll tell you if he's got it. Please don't ask me to read the list of everything he has and be your window shopping, your text-to-speech window shopper. Mechanically, everything from the adventurer's supplies. You can there are other services that he provides here, and the clerk would stop and ask you if he can help you, and would say, we have armor, we have adventuring supplies, we have general supplies, we have basic religious supplies for priests. We can do some custom work, but not much. You appear to be adventurers, or at least you do. Delg, you're still wearing your shit, right?
I'm wearing my armor too.
Yeah, you appear to be.
I don't wear plate mail.
Fair.
Yeah. I got my shield. I got my blade on.
You appear to all be adventurers, so we do not offer potions or any sort of healing things like that. It's a tense situation with one of the other shops in town. But if there's anything that you'd like, or if you'd like to have one of us get it for us, all you need to do is flag us down and let us know.
When you say custom work, what do you mean?
Some adventurers want different things painted on their armor that they're buying. Some of it is newer, some of it is older. So occasionally, older styles of shields have different grips, so that would need to be adjusted for a more modern fighting technique. We also have a jeweler on staff. If you would have jewels that you wanted set into different settings, we could do that as well. That is another custom work that we offer.
But no enchanting of any kind.
I'm afraid not. It's a rather modest trade city on a relatively well-traveled route. We're by no means the largest of the cities on this route, and most of the people are going from one end to the other, and both of those cities are much more beneficial for those things. Most of the people come with those things already prepared. And I will say that that immediately pings for you, Cascade, and you have a much better understanding of where this exists. And you would know that the trade route that he's referencing goes directly to Waterdeep.
I think she would keep this information to herself for now, but a note is taken.
Okay.
When he mentions gems, I'll ask him if if they sell any gems themselves.
Yes. Did you have a particular gem in mind that you were interested in getting?
A diamond. Or diamonds.
Well, now diamonds are rather hard to come by, as I'm sure you adventuring folk can imagine. We do have several in stock that I believe, if I am correct in reading the situation, that that would work for your purposes. However, being the port city that we are, they are rather expensive. But I can show them to you if you'd like.
Please.
So what size diamonds are you looking for?
I was trying to look that up, but I'm pretty sure it's 500 gold, right? Oh,
One of the better ones, yeah. 300, 500 dust.
Yeah, diamond dust is also a good thing to have.
Right,
So
so-
he brings out a little, jeweler's box for you with the velvet lining on it, and he shows you a variety of diamonds. He has smaller diamonds that are marked for 15 gold pieces, medium-sized diamonds that are marked for 150, and larger diamonds that are marked for 750. And as he's showing them to you, he says, "For your, I can tell by the way that you're dressed, you've definitely seen some time and some adventures in your day. I believe these here, pointing to the 751s, are the diamonds that you would be interested in most. However, the smaller ones could work well for other purposes if that's more in your budget."
I'll take one of the 750 ones.
Excellent choice, sir.
And I think that'll be all I'm looking for. Thank
Sure.
you.
Mechanically, it is a 500 gold piece diamond.
I figured that. I figured I'd be paying a little extra for it, but
And also,
I think it's worth it in the end.
if you were
Well, sorry.
I was gonna say,
Go
if you're ever looking to DM, my God, this is the greatest document I've ever seen in my life.
While he's kind of distracted with Delg, I'm going to quietly cast Detect Magic and have a look around.
Okay. As you cast Detect Magic, you feel the energy fizzle at the end of your fingers. It's released, but it seems to be suppressed in some way.
As I point out the diamond, I'm gonna ask them if they have ivory strips.
Ivory strips.
I wish.
Let me see here.
I'm trying to find the spell that uses them, so I know exactly what it is. But I know I need ivory strips for something.
I know Find the Path does.
Say again?
I think. Find the Path, I know that does. Yeah, ivory sticks, I think. But
I kind of assumed that would be under Temple and Faith supplies, but it is not. I'm gonna have to look that up. Would anyone else like to do anything while I'm looking that up?
Now, when you're done, I would ask him if any arcane objects does he have?
We have a rather small selection of trinkets that have been traded in from various adventurers to offset their cost when purchasing from our establishment. They are kept behind the counter. We actually just had a rather large group come through and buy most of our stock. We do have a couple items that you might want to peruse, but most of our stock has been depleted at the moment. I can take you back to the showroom if you'd like.
I was more, well, I did want to see what you're offering because I have something I might want to part with, and I just wondered if this would be the right store to do that.
Well, as I said, we do offer trade-ins for a store credit or for cash, though the store credit is a more sizable portion.
I'll keep looking.
All right. Yes, I do. I do have ivory. I do have an ivory strip. You might be able to find more at the Temple of Tyr, though. I'm not sure if they have a gift shop or not. I don't.
Thank you.
Set
The
foot in that
diamond will be
place.
all then.
Please mark 750 off.
And I'll go over to Cascade and just quietly say, if I don't want to assume anything or be rude, but if there's anything you need, please do not hesitate to speak up. We can, between us, or, well, I mean, Doug's in a particularly good mood. We can cover it. If there are supplies you need, please don't hesitate. We have a long journey ahead of us, and we're going to need to be prepared.
I know that Delg has asked for ivory strips. That would be beneficial. I've paper.
Okay.
I've need of parchment.
Tell the man what you need, and we will get it.
Understood. Keeper, GM man.
Hi.
Cascade would like
A ream of paper.
I'm a wizard. I need the paper.
Your girl needs some paper. I don't know how that breaks down on your handy dandy sheet.
How...
Also some lamination so that her pages don't get ruined.
We have both dry and warm lamination services here at our wonderful shop. How many pieces of parchment do you need?
It depends on how much per sheet, because it gets pretty heavy.
2 silver.
2 silver per piece.
Look, we have a bag of holding. It doesn't get heavy.
I know, but
Kind of needs it on hand.
Pick it out as needed.
That's fair.
yeah. Could we do just like? This is so hard to decide. 50 sheets of paper.
You said it's 2 silver, so 100 silver is 10 gold.
Well, that's a
it.
lot.
That's all you need. No, it's
Well,
not.
I
It's
feel like
not.
I
It's
feel
not.
like it is.
It's not.
He smiles to
Okay,
himself
so
as you
for us.
argue amongst yourselves.
It's done. I slapped 10 gold on the counter.
Fine. That should be fine.
He waves over to somebody else and whispers to them, and that person rushes off to the back to get your paper.
Great. If I think of anything else, Varys, I'll let you know.
Did you say you also needed ivory strips?
Yes, but I believe that Delg bought the one that they had.
No, I did
correct?
not buy the
Oh.
one they had.
Hmm.
They only had one, so
Oh, they only have one. Is one enough for you?
I'm just gonna go to the temple and take a look. We can always come back if.
Yes, and one would not suit my needs.
Okay. Then we'll pass.
I would turn around and look at Hope, and I would hand her the diamond and say, "I think you'd probably be better off hanging on to this than I am."
I mean, unless you want it as a backup, I can certainly use it. Hopefully I'd never have to, but...
Right, but I'd rather have it than need it later.
Okay. Thank you. That's very kind. Is there anything I can trade you?
No, I feel like if that diamond's ever going to be used, it's probably going to be on me.
Not as long as Bree's around.
That's true.
The Delg.
Speaking of, Bree, are you needing anything? Do you want anything while we're here? Does anything seem to stick out that you like?
Like?
I knew that.
Negative. I have been well equipped for my journey.
Fair. All right. Well, are we waiting for anything else in here?
I've got all I've came for.
Did anyone want to see the magical trinkets that they have? I mean, I don't need anything right now.
I would
Actually,
like to just.
I need an
peruse.
enchanter's services. So
Right.
Hmm.
I'll go with Cascade to look and see what they say they have and what they do.
Okay.
I mean,
The whole time
I'll
will
come
be,
along. Yeah, I'll come along.
Yeah, the whole time I'll be seeing if I can see how truthful they're being. Which probably will fail horribly because they're probably really good at it.
Okay. So let's see here. Okay. So as they lead you into this kind of back room, you see like curtains that are like very nice and velvety that partway into a chamber that has kind of roped off like stanchions and some display cases and some things on the walls. It is, as he mentioned, it looks like there should be a lot more things here, but most of it has been cleaned out. And there are a couple things like in the cases and on the wall. And I would say you can, everybody that's going in there can make me an investigation check.
Ooh. Make a roll. Where's my
18.
investigation? There it is.
18, okay.
18.
3.
Nice.
I said I was
What?
watching the guy to see if he was lying.
Fair, fair,
Are
fair,
you
fair.
rolling? Are you rolling at disadvantage?
I'm exhausted still.
He is.
Oh, forgot about that.
Mhm.
He's in a better mood though. It's buying everybody stuff.
All right. So, those of you who rolled high enough over the 18, most of this shit is trash.
Okay.
Most of it has like the things that are left has like a little tiny bit of a charge. Like it has like one charge left, and by the look of it, it's probably not able to recharge after that. There are a couple items that you do notice that might be worth something. There is a vest on the wall that looks rather nice and catches your eye. And there is in one of the display cabinets a set of well crafted leather strapped goggles with very large lenses in the front.
Cascade would move over to those particular items and ask, these here, what are their qualities?
Oh, well, if you'd like to try one of them on, you're more than welcome to. Get a sense for what it feels like.
They don't require additional time and study then.
No, of course they do. I'm just saying you could get a little bit of a connection and maybe have a understanding of what they do. I always find that it is better for the person to see themselves and feel themselves wearing the item before they make a purchase.
I would rather you just tell me, sir. I understand.
I'll point at the goggles and I'm like, I'll try them.
Oh gosh.
Are you putting them on?
Yes.
So as you put the goggles on, the first thing you notice is you can't see a damn thing.
goggles of blindness.
Everything is like you see a kaleidoscope of color. But as you kind of like, as it sits on your head, you start to feel like the little bit of like leeching of energy. And it doesn't seem like it's a weak magical item. It seems like it's a decent magical item. You get the sense as you start to slowly like connect to the energy and get your little taste of whatever it is that he's trying to give you, you feel pretty confident that these goggles will dramatically help you with seeing things that are quite close to you. If you were perhaps working with small objects, like maybe like the intricate workings of a watch, this would help you do that much better than you normally could, even beyond a normal lens that could do this.
Interesting.
I'll take him off and give him back to him. And out of character, try to figure out how I can use that to my advantage.
While Cascade's perusing, I want to look around and see if I can figure out what prevented me from casting in my spell. If there's an object.
And while I'm at it, I guess I might as well try the vest too. I mean, might as well. If Cascade's not gonna.
Yeah, Cascade would just be watching Delg kind of impassively, an eyebrow raised if he looks at her like, no, go on.
Yeah, so the clerk doesn't catch you casing the room. As you look around, there are a couple devices is not the right word, but there are a couple little odd things in the corners. You get the sense that the it is a business choice to make it so that people can't figure out exactly what things are, the properties of things in this room. It's a pawn shop, dude.
Yeah.
So you're trying on the vest?
Yes.
So it's this really like nondescript, soft, like silken material. Much nicer than the clothes you're wearing or the clothes you've probably worn in a very long time. Last time you probably felt silk was at graduation. There are, as you can kind of look, as you put it on, you kind of feel it, and even though it looks like it's a flat piece of material, it feels like there's like little pockets.
The best of many pockets.
No.
What does the vest do, sir?
We are actually not sure.
Okay.
No one's been able to figure out what those pockets do, and we're not allowed to, as they say, sample our own sauce.
So, what are you asking for the vest?
For the vest, it is currently priced at 3,000 gold.
You want 3,000
For something
gold
you don't
know.
for something you don't know what it does?
I'm more than happy to get Malthamer in here. He is the one that priced it.
Would he
Be
know
worth
more
5
about
gold.
it?
He would know more about it. I'm sorry, what did you say, sir?
I said it could be worth 5 gold.
Oh, I wouldn't know such things. He puts a price tag on it, and I sell it for that price.
Sure, let's talk to the boss.
I'll take the vest off and put it back on the counter, so I'm not sitting there with the vest on.
Okay.
But it looked so good on you, dog. Put it back. Was it comfortable?
It felt really nice. Yes.
Oh.
All
Like
right.
3,000 gold nice?
So
That.
this man wanders in and kind of looks around. at all of you, and it's waddling back and forth. I understand that you have questions. How can I help you?
Oh, we're just curious as to the properties of this vest that make it worth 3,000 gold.
Ah, yes, that vest was a rare find that we got. It was given to me by a young traveler, probably 2 or 3 months ago. I believe he said it was it granted you the ability to escape from situations that you might find yourself in. We've not quite been able to figure out how it works, though. But I don't know about you. We have priced it based on the knowledge that if it does work, which we believe it does, that being able to escape any situation that you might find yourself in is worth the price.
I mean, that being able to escape things would be quite useful. Delg, do you need to escape anything?
Let's be honest. Out of character, Delg's trying to buy a silk vest for his sword dancing routine.
and some goggles.
Some goggles. Didn't Varys ask if they bought things? Or no?
I did. He said that you get more for store credit than for cash. So I'm holding on to what I have for possibly trade at a different store, because that's probably going to be true no matter where we go.
Right.
But there's nothing here I want to trade for. So
No, I don't. We don't need to linger here any longer. If you don't know how it works, then there's no way to say that I can get it to work. And
unceremoniously,
worth it.
while you're talking, realizing that he will not make the sale, he just leaves. Just
excuse me, sir.
all right.
Excuse me, as he tries to leave.
yes.
I couldn't help. I have an eye for the arcane, studying it myself. It seems that whatever enchantment on here is in fact wearing off. I find that your pricing to be inordinately high.
Ow.
What do you think it should be priced at?
Half that price, and that would still be a lot.
I mean, it's not wearing off, so this is clearly deception.
It is. Thanks for noticing.
I can help you with that. I will.
How would you like to help her?
Well, I'll say. Oh. You don't say. I have not taken a close look at it as a student of the arcane, and I'll go over and take a look at it.
Be careful with that.
I already
being
wore it.
careful.
Like, I'm the worst one here.
It will
What do you mean, be careful?
To roll with advantage, keeper, or how do you want them?
Yeah.
How does one of these?
Go ahead and roll with advantage.
I also have a really high deception.
That's a 22.
That works too.
I'm sure that if I were able to touch it, I could determine even more flaws. You said that it's been here 2 months.
About?
Enchantments like this require maintenance.
You seem to have caught him a little bit, where he's like, maybe they do, and I don't know.
And Cascade is, again, like that cool cucumber, like, not even flinching.
Varys is giving the Spock eyebrow.
I'm sure a man of your discerning tastes. It seems that this, you said a young adventurer, might have slid one past you.
Store credit, I assume?
No, I'm rather attached to my items.
Ah,
Unless
then
one of my
then 70% is the most I can take off. I would give it to you at half for store credit. Wait, that's backwards.
Wait, what do you mean store credit?
I would sell it to you. Yes.
you would sell it for half off, 70% for store credit, correct?
I seem to have a headache right now. My
I'm sure it's
apologies.
all rather dizzying.
Yes. Half off, you say? Sell it to this woman for 1,500 gold, and he goes away. The narrative reason for your fucking 22.
She'll look at Delg and say, I don't know how deep your coffers go, Delg, but that's the best I can do.
I'm gonna take it.
Are you
just out of
just
out
Delg's
of
buying
because-
it? Okay, all right.
Once you attune to it, I will give you more information about it.
Cascade tells a lie. It's going in my notes.
I helped.
I noted this.
Varys helped.
It's Always Sunny theme music plays in the background.
I was about to
Again.
say that's definitely in its sunny title.
Again, Cascade sus. Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
Lies never stop.
The one fucking time
Wow.
I use it to help.
You helped the guy. Yeah, I know. Look at
Man,
him. Look at him
it's
go.
cold. It's fucking cold. Dude, shit.
Should have kept your winter gear on.
Brr. All this shade. And here I thought we were in Barovia anymore.
All right. To the alchemist shop.
I have a question.
Hi.
Playing a wizard is weird. So
Mhm.
I have a component pouch, but I
Yes.
also have an arcane focus.
Yeah.
So my understanding is the only components I need to worry about buying are the ones that are consumed by the spell.
There are more. So if a component has a dollar value,
Yes.
you require it, whether
Okay.
or not it's consumed.
Okay, understood. That's what I was like trying to go through and be like, I don't know what
Yeah.
I need.
So like if it says like
Barely.
you need a diamond worth 50 gold, then you need a diamond worth 50 gold. If it says and it's consumed, then you need one every time you cast it.
Understood. Okay.
And then every other material or component can be replaced with the arcane focus.
Understood. I'm just gonna roll through here really quickly. I think most of mine are good.
Anything else we're doing in here?
Oh.
This is. Do they have? Oh, crap! It's all weird now. Cascade would be looking for a sunburst pendant worth at least 100 gold.
Ooh. Ooh, yes.
What? What are you yesing about over there?
I remember one of my spells needing something like that, and I can't
Oh.
remember what it was.
The DM would like to remember as well. Can the DM roll a history check for your spell list?
Can you DM me what you need it for, so I know if it's what I was needing it for?
Yes, I can.
I have 10 pieces of unknown jewelry that are worth 250 gold each. Is it chance that any of those is a sunburst pendant?
I don't think so, because I
no,
think
you
we
would've
looked
known that.
Okay. What'd you say, Dove?
I'm pretty sure I looked for it because I remember, and after she DM'd me, I remember definitely looking at that spell, looking for one of those. So yeah, we don't have one. That's for sure.
Sadly, young Ms., we do not carry such a thing. They are quite frequently bought when we do find them, so unfortunately we are out of stock. I would try, there are several towns to the south. I'm more than happy to give you a recommendation if you are traveling in that direction where you might be able to purchase such an item.
I didn't. Understood. If I were headed west, would you have similar recommendations?
Not on this side of the Great Sand Desert.
Understood.
Great Sand Sea, sorry.
Understood and unfortunate. Thank you. Cascade will then move to the door and look at Delg, who's, I'm assuming, wearing the vest. Looks nice.
I don't think I would have put the vest on because I still have my plate mail on.
Oh, I kind of
So,
like
but
the idea of it on over it.
I put it on once, but I'm like sitting there just like looking at it and just like feeling it because it felt so good. And I like hold it up to you since you got the price down. Like, do you wanna like try it or feel it now that it's ours?
She'll just kind of place her hand and like feel the fabric.
There is something about, because this is the first time you're touching it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's something about it that you feel an instant connection with. And as you kind of feel the magic, because remember, touching an item in D&D allows you to know that it is magical and kind of a little bit about it. It feels, the tingling in your hands feels similar to when you cast Knock.
She'll feel it, and as that kind of impression will cross her mind, she'll look up at Delg, just at Mary. We should go, and she'll step out onto the street.
We go
to the alchemist shop.
All right. Nice job on your rolls, by the way.
Once they're out, she'll turn and look at Delg and say, "We will need to spend some time with that. It might be more useful than we realized."
Alchemist shop. Yes?
Yes.
Next in line. Here we go. Didn't want the goggles of minute seeing. How sad.
I knew that's what they were. I knew that's what they were.
I look. I can still go back. All right. They might
I
still
lost
be
my
there.
contact lens. Where is it? Let me borrow
We're
those
here for a
goggles.
couple
there
days
they are.
anyways.
All right. So,
My goggles of minute seeing.
Mhm.
That's great.
all
Help me
right.
with my
Find
stone
the
shape. I can make really good.
Yeah.
Good details.
Little teeny tiny Eldith statues.
I know. Oh my gosh. Oh, that would be perfect because then I can get like the 25 gold and as small as possible instead of this bigger chunk, and I can carry them in my pockets for my idols.
I don't think
Like-
it works like that.
I'd like to point out that there are pockets and there are things in those pockets that you felt, but you have not looked through them yet.
No, I have. No, yeah.
Okay.
I'm hanging on to it.
So you go to the alchemist shop, which is also in the trade area. Pretty much all these are in kind of one central area of this city. And on the outside, it has a purple awning, and the wood has been kind of dyed in this almost like opalescent, purplish, shimmering color, so that it kind of glints in the sun and almost looks like you're looking into a vial of potion when you look at the outside facade of this place. And on the outside it says, Almay's the Alchemist's Shop. I will put that in the Discord for you, even though you were probably only spending a couple days here. There you go. And inside is a very dark and cramped interior. So cramped, in fact, that Delg, with your plate mail and gear and everything else, you would have to you have to be very careful walking through here.
Like seeing the way
Dex
it is.
check coming up.
I'm gonna be like, I'm just gonna wait outside.
Yeah.
If you need anything, let me know. And I'm gonna go sit outside. And I think while I'm sitting outside waiting for him, I'm just gonna like watch the people passing by and see if I pick up on any chatter with my observant feet.
Okay. Well, let's take a roll for that first. So you're looking for something in specific. So are you looking for something specific or just trying to pick up anything?
Honestly, it's just general. See if I just see or hear anything or see anybody talk about anything about
Okay.
something that's
So
going on.
perception check.
Okay.
I can't with you, Ash. I fucking can't with you.
Wasn't me.
10 perception. Got it. All right.
9.
9. So you catch. There is one thing that you do pick up on. There is a group of 3 people that passes by, and you catch them talking about being overworked from a rather large group of people that had come through this area just a brief time ago, and they're like complaining, like workday complaining. The only reason you catch that is because the guy in the shop was just talking about how a group had come by and cleared out their supplies.
Okay.
And so the 2 of those things together is like, I wonder what that group was.
Right.
So inside, dark, there are shelves of what look like different kinds of vegetation, moss, some slimy things. There are a couple potion vials that are empty on a shelf, as in, like, here's a bunch of vials if you'd like to fill your own potions. So there's like a little build the teddy bear section of this where you can like make your own thing. And behind the counter is this very, very drunk gnome who is sitting on a rather high chair, kind of rocking back and forth to himself, gloriously groomed mustache and mutton chops with bald pate up here and kind of tufts of hair kind of wisped out. Seems to be quite enjoying himself. Not noticing that you've come into his shop yet.
Oh. Hello, sir.
Oh, hello!
It's a fine establishment. I'll get right to the point. You have healing potions.
I do. How many were you requiring?
I'd like to know the varieties you have. Just the basic or something stronger?
Varys.
Maybe you
Yes?
should have got the glasses of my Noopsy.
Do we
Yes.
trust this alchemist? He seems hopped up on his own supply.
Oh, let's see what he's got, and then we'll make a decision. I haven't bought anything yet.
All right.
My assistants just made these. I don't understand them.
Made the potions, or? Oh, the lists.
Yes. We have several. They we have regular for 50 gold. We have yes, slightly stronger for 250. It appears that's all we have for healing potions.
Okay. How many of the slightly stronger ones do you have?
We have a potion shop. As many as you need.
Oh, okay. We'll take 5 of them then.
It is 250 gold each. Please add that up yourself.
You got
I have trouble with math.
I put 1250 gold on his in a sack.
Varys, he said he had trouble with math.
It's fine. I don't have trouble with math, so
I,
it's fine. I know what you mean now. I get it. All right. And I'll hand one of the potions to Cascade.
All right. How are you trying to screw over this wonderfully delightful?
I do not do anything.
I love him. And Cascade is not said she's just concerned about some, measurements.
So those are greater potions, yes?
Yeah.
They're
5 greater.
less like
Patch Z7.
Yeah.
We got this one right, I think.
Actually, these are. We're gonna mark these as Z.
So let's see. Can you add notes to these?
I don't know. You can. Awesome.
Yes,
Perfect.
you can. You can. Just Z.
Yeah, just Z.
Okay. Okay, and then
I'd also like to point out as you make your order for these potions, and he sets his papers to the side and kind of like scooches to the end of the chair that he's on to get to the counter. He starts like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is going to take forever. There is a very slender, dour-looking elven woman who kind of walks in and looks, and then walks back into the storeroom back, and then comes out with your potions and sets it down. As you pull the vial out and look at it, I mean, you've seen a potion that has healing properties of this caliber before. This one looks thick and sludge-like is a good word for it.
It's rejuvenation because it takes longer to go down.
As if it like has half congealed.
So I'm gonna stop him counting the money then. Or I'll ask the elven lady. What's wrong with these? I'm not paying for these.
And why not?
Because I've seen healing potions before, and this is not what they're supposed to look like.
I'm aware of that.
And I'll pull out a superior healing potion that I have in my bag, and say this is what the healing potion is. We'll see how the liquid moves freely in the vial. This is sludge.
That's because the one in your hand is quite poor craftsmanship.
My mother made these potions.
I think you have that backwards.
I'm happy for your mother.
Just give me my money back. You can take these in the back. I don't want them anymore.
Well, wait a second. I can. Maybe I can vouch for it. Is it okay if I inspect these? I would like to take a look at them.
Sure. Let's say we'll say medicine or arcana, your choice.
nope. Well,
That's too bad.
Still got a 9 with a nat 1.
I have a luck blade. You can re-roll that.
Are you sure?
Why not?
As Delg just like in the front window, just you see his head come over.
He taps the luck blade on the window.
Tink, tink, tink. It's better.
I'll take that. A 25 is way better than a 9.
I'm gonna DM you something.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, secret.
See, it was totally worth it because you got a DM. If you get a
Hey.
DM out of it, then it's definitely worth it.
I love that the DM's like, I'm just sending this to you to be funny.
They're like Jello shots.
They're party healing potions.
Alrighty.
Hey.
Throw them at the ceiling and let the blood drip.
With
I mean,
extra electrolytes.
Hmm.
yeah, it's
That's what a
what
body
plant
needs.
craves.
Electrolytes.
yeah.
That's what kids need.
Growing kids.
Does the formula match or meet your expectations?
Hope.
I would say that it does.
So, is the deal now on or off, sir?
So you would use these?
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, we'll take them.
17, 18, 19?
Pass them around. Everybody gets one.
Remind me what level this is.
Greater. Match Z.
Young man,
Yes,
are you trustworthy?
of course.
I believe you. And he scoots all the coins off the counter.
Okay.
Excuse me, how much for some of those empty vials? For the things to hold potions? And if you have any herbs as well.
What kind of herbs do you need?
You know, if some I don't know the exact names. I just know what they look like, honestly. If you have them in view, I can point and say which ones. The intention is to make my own healing potions if needed.
I'm never using these again. We are currently selling the vials for seven silver.
Okay. I will take 10 of them.
Sold. Give her the vials. Give her the vials.
I'll slide 7 gold across the table.
Where are the herbs on this? I can't find them.
If you don't have any, it's okay. That's fine.
I'm sure he has some hope.
So mechanically, herbs, what are you looking for?
Stuff that is able to help me make healing potions because I have an herbalism kit.
Ah, so herbalism kit. Yes. You can find. It'll take you a little bit of time. It will take you a little bit of time to piece together all of the individual ingredients into smaller vials with like the little scoops and everything, and there's like a little kind of scale thing over there to measure it out. But you could put together as many healing kits as you want. It would just take time to put them together.
That's fine. While I'm putting them together, I'll hopefully either be able to see or ask like what each herb's name actually is.
Yeah.
And if I'm able to get that information, I'll
Yeah.
whip out a little tiny journal and write it down. Because for Hope, it's the clover-looking one
Mhm.
or the one that has spikes out the side. She doesn't fucking know the names of them.
Yeah. So you now have a list of the components you need. So now you know what the names are. How many are you buying?
Enough to make 10 potions if need be. Because I just bought 10 vials.
Yeah. Does it remind me how the making potions thing works for the herbalism kit or the healing kit?
Let's see.
Is it like one kit for one vial, or is it a different?
So the herbalism kit is something that I just have to use. I don't think it expends the kit in order to use it because it has like a mortar and pestle and clippers and stuff. Yeah, it doesn't specify.
So then we'll say because the herbalism kit and the medicine kits are more for like specific checks and like almost
Right.
like a testing thing, not necessarily for making the potion. So I'd say that you can it'd probably be for a basic potion, 2 kits would make you 1 potion, like the cost. And I'm just talking about cost, not the actual kits themselves right now.
Okay.
So 10 gold to make 1 potion.
Okay. Then I will give them 100 gold, so I have
There you
the
go.
supplies to make a bunch.
The assistant comes out with 10 boxes for you to put everything in. And you put all the little tiny vials into all of the different things. And you now have boxes that you are carrying out of the shop.
Like actually shopping. Yay. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
We are having a good time.
It's fun.
All right.
That's all I needed here.
Yes.
Cascade's just kind of perusing the different vials, kind of looking around. She will. Sorry, I just was not ready for that sound. Excuse me.
Yes?
Can you give me a rundown? I mean, can you make any potion? I'm sorry. 1 second. Why that got me so bad? All right. Recenter, refocus. Ooh, here we go.
So much for calm and collective.
Sarah is not calm and collected ever. I appreciate the confidence in your own abilities. I'm hoping that you can provide me with a potion of invisibility. That be possible.
I lean over to Cascade. I can do that for you.
I understand, Varys. I just
Okay.
Do we have visitors? Ringing in my ears. I believe I have the components to make one. Quite expensive. Hard to come by.
Understood. On second thought, could I please a potion of fire breath, if you don't mind?
A shelf 2. Second down, 4 to the right.
She will move over and quickly, like, run her fingers along, grab it, and place it on the table. How much?
It. If you were concerned about the healing potion, if you have seen a potion of fire's breath before, this is similar.
Love this shop.
Kind of.
Look, it just Shake well. It says shake well on the bottom of it.
The assistant says that is 300 gold for that particular brew.
She'll look
Need-
expectingly at Varys.
Yep. Okay. You got it. I've never seen one of those before. Is that what it's supposed to look like?
She will look at Varys. Absolutely.
Okay. Here's the 300 gold.
She'll look at who I'm assuming is Almaze. And thank you, sir. Have a great rest of your evening. I might recommend a binder of some sort. If you catalog those alphabetically, I know it can be a little more helpful than the loose leaf papers.
Is
Yes,
that
you
what
should
this
listen
is
to her.
for?
She's really good with the paper.
This is so much easier to read. Why did you have me using this? Why is... We'll fire that girl one day. Are you guys done in the potion shop?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm
Nah,
never done. I only want to just sit down and talk to him.
Yeah, I want to find out everything about them. The whole life story.
I love him.
So, Delg, as you're sitting outside and the party comes back out, you have kind of clocked this one person that's approaching that you've seen pass by 4 times. He is extravagantly dressed in very fine clothes, very nice vest over a rather over-the-top ruffles and plumage on his shirt. Very well groomed hair, very thinly or shortly cut, and a pencil-like goatee and mustache that comes down to a point. And he, as he sees the rest of the group coming out, is now striding over in your direction. Everybody sees this person coming over. What would you like to do? Say anything, run, whatever.
I'd go greet him.
Oh boy.
Look, everybody else has been really nice here, right? What's the worst that could happen?
Ah, yes. Hello. My name is Sir Artemis Bartholomew Denis de la Grange. I am a scholar, world traveler, bon vivant, and official tour guide of the fair city of Asher-Benford, the Dales, Cormanthor, and the far beyond. And he bows in front of you.
Yeah, can I insight check this guy?
Absolutely.
Already?
Yep.
I just like blank stare at him,
Yeah.
like what the hell?
I'm definitely doing that, and I'm gonna do
Yeah.
a separate roll.
Just staring at him.
That's a 6. Cascade
10.
just doesn't care for him at all.
Sure.
That's false because come on, go back to the character sheet. Hold on. Let me go back to where that is. Ear for deceit. Whenever you make an insight check this says specifically to determine whether a creature is lying, but I don't know if Vase is who he says he is, whatever. Treat a roll of 7 or lower on the D8 on the D20 as an 8. So 8 plus 5, 13.
Okay. So the highest roll is a 13.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cascade just doesn't care for him.
Sure. So Bree, you get the sense that this this is the way he greets everyone. And you actually, with a 13, he meant tour guide.
Not his name. It's way too long.
I mean, that's the name he gives everybody.
Is there a shorter name we could call you?
I suppose you could call me Artemis.
Sounds good, Artemis. How are you this fine day?
I am wonderful, but I couldn't help but notice that you are from far-off lands, exotic places. I would...
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, boy.
That you're not from here, is all I meant by that. No offense taken, young Water Genasi. I apologize. I simply wanted to offer my services as the official tour guide of the fair city of Asher Benford, the Dales, Cormanthor, and the far beyond. He bows again.
All right, Artemis, I'll bite. What are you offering? A tour?
I believe I said as much before when I introduced myself. Tour guide.
What are the what are the sites? What are the sites you will be regaling us with? You know, the names of them. You obviously don't want you to give away the details yet, but kind of whet our appetite a little.
All of the sights that you, as foreigners here in this land, will not even dream to go to.
You don't know nothing about my dreams.
Ah, but I do. Perhaps I can read your fortune. What do you say,
I
young
love it
one?
when people read my fortune.
Ooh, yeah. We've had really good luck with that.
What do you say? Read your fortune over a pint or two at the local pub?
You'll be buying?
No, it's
Yes, I'm totally down for this.
yes. Let's go. Which pub are we going to?
Lead the way.
Which pub are we going to? Oh.
Yes. You're the tour guide. Where's the best pub for a pint?
It is clearly a good thing that I came when I did, as you have no idea of the value of things in this city. To not even know where the pub to go is. To the Velvet Veil, of course. And he begins leading you on in that direction. And
Yeah,
even if you're objecting, we need to take a break right there.
Yep, that's fine. That's fine.
Let's go. You want to go? Come on.
Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with us for the first half of our session this evening. We're going to get up, stand, stretch, take a little breather, get some water and a drink. We encourage you to do the same, and we'll be back very shortly with the second half of Morningstar and Company Incorporated. Hello, welcome back. Session part 2 of tonight's episode of Morningstar and Company Incorporated, where they are now being escorted through town by a man who introduced himself as Sir Artemis Bartholomew Denis de la Grange, scholar, world traveler, bon vivant, and official tour guide of the fair city of Ashen, Benford, the Dales, Cormanthor, and the far beyond. He takes you around the city, and he regales you of tales about the young, relatively young gnomish potion master who has gained recognition within some of the inner circles of the arcane arts as being a savant at his craft, despite having some more than several picadillos that make him a less than desirable person to hang out with for long periods of time. And he takes you to the merchant shop, where he mentions that this particular establishment has been known to sell stolen goods. However, it is only a very particular clientele that the shopkeeper will purchase goods from and fence them. TBK Roleplay, I love your faces. Thank you so much for rating. Also, Valix, thank you for the 1K bits. Appreciate that too. Hashtag Jack does suck. Fact. He takes you past the Temple of Tyr, which is a rather large facility. Also, what we said in the break, we'll still go there, because I remember you guys want to do that too. Takes you past the Temple of Tyr, which is the largest building in this city. Very ominous and oppressive in its stature, as if it was put there to clearly communicate that it is a dominant presence in the city. You also pass he takes you past a small little area in town. It looks like, at first glance, it looks like a farmer's market, almost, with some seating near it. And Delgan Hope, this instantly kind of gives you a feeling of emotional warmth. And there's a man who is kind of going from person to person, seems to be in charge, and is talking to people, listening to couples who are extravagantly telling stories to this man. And Artemis explains that this is the harvest table, which is a mostly local attended place of worship, specifically to, I believe I need to go down here. Specifically a roadside shrine to the Great Mother. But it's almost revival tenty without the negative connotation. And everyone you see there is locals. They're dressed like people from this town. He takes you past the leather shop again, and you see Leon hard at work, burning the midnight oil as the day just has gone on. And he's obviously, as he's taking you around, he is verbose as hell. So these stories he's telling you, I'm giving you the snippets, but there are many, many more colorful words that he's using. He takes you past a general store called Haresk's Hardware Emporium. That just sells, random goods for your daily use and needs. And then he takes you back to the Velvet Veil. The Velvet Veil is a grand building, rather large. Rather larger than most of the other buildings in the trade district. It is a block and a half and around a corner from the place that you are staying. And as the day passes on and it gets to be early evening, and Artemis is cheerfully leading you in that direction. You can hear the sounds of revelry well before you get there. The doors, when you arrive, are wide open, and inside you can see in the center of the room is a giant stage. There are stairs that go up to the stage from every side. Along both the left, the right, and the far back walls of this room are long bars, behind which are a multitude of different barkeeps and barbacks that are very, very stressfully fulfilling the orders of everyone that's in this room. It seems that there is a small band on stage with what appears to be a lyre, a singer, and some sort of percussion instrument that I don't believe any of you have ever seen. And the night is just getting away. Sir Artemis leads you over to a large table and gestures for you to sit down and goes up to the bar himself. I will say that those of you who had your reticence before, he doesn't seem to have any sort of ulterior motive. Except for several of you had pretty high insights, correct? Who was the high ones? I can't remember.
18.
18, yeah. So the 18 insights, there is something. It's not exactly face value, but like the tour part of it and the story part of it, he genuinely wants to tell you guys that. Like, these are stories he wants to share with you. And he has recognized that you are not from here and perhaps wouldn't know those, so he wanted to connect with you in that way. But there is something under the surface that he is not saying. Maybe a couple side glances or a couple, like, hesitation moments in his dialogue cued you into that. So you have sat down. You are in this tavern hall, and he is off, possibly getting you drinks. Is there any conversations you'd like to have?
Did anyone else, except for the funny gnome alchemist guy, anybody else notice that the other couple shopkeepers, like the hotel, the innkeep, and what's his name? I got it right now. Multhimer, they both kind of forgot, like lost their thoughts, after speaking with them about things. Did anybody else notice that? Was it just me?
Oh, I picked up on that.
It's kind of strange.
Yeah, I mean, I would attribute it to being tired in their job roles and maybe needing a vacation.
Maybe.
It could be something more. I don't know.
I didn't notice it at the clothing shop. Did you notice it there, or was?
No.
Yeah.
I would say he seems pretty intuitive with what he was doing and like he knew what he was talking about.
Yeah. It was just something I noticed. It seemed strange at the time, but maybe it's just, regular people have regular issues. Doesn't always have to be a conspiracy, does it?
I would hope not.
I would certainly hope not.
Yeah, go ahead.
GM, Cascade's going to be casting her eye around this establishment.
Okay.
Kind of taking in the clientele and seeing, I'm assuming like this is the draw of the town, but are there any tables that seem a little bit more reserved or, being held for certain parties or anything like that? Trying to get an understanding of,
Sure.
the room.
So here, are you doing it from your table, or are you getting up and moving around and doing this?
I think to start, she would be just doing it from the table.
All right. So I will tell you the volume of people that are currently here and the level of revelry and the loudness of the sound. Any perception check you do from your table to get information is going to be at disadvantage.
Understood. Then yeah, she would just note, like, I'd like to get a better view of this place. It seems like a rather large draw. And she would get up and try to move up to the higher levels to just get an idea.
Sure. So there is a balcony on the second floor that kind of looks over, and there are tables, and as you get up the stairs, there's another bar up there as well. So make an investigation check if there's something specific you're looking for. Perception if you're just trying to get a general.
That's a 22 investigation. Again, looking for, just trying to she's looking for a particular kind of clientele.
Do I know what that means?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rogers. Holy crap, my dude.
Oh my god.
Thank you for gifting 10 subs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. What a fucking legend.
Absolute legend.
Unit.
22. Yeah, you see. So from your perch, you are in a unique position to see where the kind of service area is on one of the bars, and you notice that there was two gentlemen who you noticed because they were dressed as travelers, but they had much more sturdy clothing and armor than they probably should have for what they were pretending to be. And you notice that they have come up to the bar and sat right next to that kind of service area. And kind of looking down on them, you notice that there was a message that was passed across the bar from the bartender to them.
Okay.
And looking around the room, I'd say that you could see, we'll say, other evidence of similar activity.
Okay.
Mostly in the form of, like, probably gambling. There's probably a table that's arguing and trying to, like, exchange goods or come to an agreement on a trade or something like that.
Okay. With that understanding, she'll kind of just take a lap, appreciating, like, the room for, you know, what it is. It's probably been a while since she's been anywhere near anything like this. And she'll return back down to the table.
Quite reminiscent of the Yawning Portal, by the way.
Okay. She'll keep an eye out for those individuals, and particularly, like, with their guide, just to see if there's any interaction between these identified individuals and Artemis.
Sure.
Like, she's not gonna be weird about it, but she's just keeping an eye out.
Yeah. So you manage to pick out Artemis in the crowd and watch him at the bar, and he seems to be having a very flamboyant conversation with two of the bartenders who have kind of stopped what they're doing and are like, one of them is like mid making a drink and has just stopped and listening to the conversation, and the bartenders like are smiling and laughing along with the story, and like Sir Artemis is just like, his hands are waving and gesticulating crazy, and the bartenders seem to genuinely be enjoying the story, and there's like a group of drinks that are in front, and he kind of gets them all together and grabs the mug things and is making his way back to the table. As you are making your way down, you notice that. He sets the drinks down on the table and takes a seat, picks up his mug and says, "So, I'm a con artist." I'm sure you guessed that.
I had my suspicions.
Yeah.
What's the con?
It doesn't matter now. I rather like you all, and I was going to try to score a little dinner and drinks out of you this evening, but I had a rather good time showing you around. So this is with my compliments.
I like that this motherfucker really rolls up to this party. Like, you know what? I'm super sus. But we're cool now.
You seemed like easy marks.
How delightful to hear. Bree.
She'll look at you.
Can you determine if this man is a threat to Hope and the Delve?
So many different ideas for this, but she'll look over at him, and you'll see her eyes kind of flicker and kind of just start like looking up and down. Now that we know each other a bit better, I guess, would I be able to suss him out a little bit more, figure him out?
Sure. It's a pretty straightforward vibe check, insight check. Go for it.
Does she get advantage because he literally just said he was a con man?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's roll.
14.
14. Yeah, I mean, he's
Actually, wait.
actively waiting. Paused and waiting.
14 plus 8, that's what is that?
22?
22?
Yeah, 22.
Were you the closest?
That's
Right, you
gave me
were.
You gave him the inspiration dice.
Yep.
Look at you.
Using it.
So let's really get a good look at this guy.
Okay, so Bree, there's a strange person that has been leading you around a strange town, and your primary objective is to keep the Delg and Hope safe. And so you have been watching every single move and just cataloging everything. And at this point, you feel quite confident in your assessment of the situation. Which I did not think was going to come out this early, but congratulations on that D10. So, he absolutely was trying to con you at the beginning. And over the course of the conversations, if I had to guess, I think he would have, like, tried to pull Delg out of his shell a little bit and kind of, like, find that sword dancer part of your personality during the walk. And if I can take a little bit of authorship, there were at least moments probably for all of you whenever you, like, when it genuinely felt like you were walking through the town with a friend who was, like, walking you through his town and kind of showing you around. He's genuine in what he just said. He really, like, he was going to con you, but he really enjoyed everything about the day that he's had with you. He hasn't asked you for money yet. I'm sorry, he hasn't asked you for money. And, but because you rolled so high, there is something he wants.
I guess in my assessment, then, is it safe to say that like the con wouldn't have been like a physical harm or anything like that? It was more of a like it's just monetary grift or something like that.
Yeah. It's more of a grift on that level. It wasn't like I'm going to take them into a back alley and shank them and take all their money, because let's be honest, let's look at your party. That's not going to work.
I was like to try.
No.
Yes,
Shake me.
please do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so her eyes will kind of flicker back to normal and turn to Cascade.
The subject is not a threat to our party. However, based on interactions, facial features, and different reactions that they have shown throughout our time together, it does appear that their time with us is not yet over. There is something that this person needs from us.
He kind of stops mid-drink. Seems you have twice caught me off guard. My apologies.
You looked like an easy mark.
I like you. You are fun. You are a fun one.
I'll look at him and says, "It'd probably be better if you are straightforward with us from the get-go. It'd get you a lot farther."
My time here is done. I am moving on. I am perhaps traveling to the west. I was hoping I could. I was hoping I could perhaps tag along for safety on the road. At least in that general direction.
What is your ultimate destination?
My ultimate destination is Waterdeep. I'd like to go all the way to the coast. I do have a stop or two I need to make along the way, but I was going to get you quite drunk before I asked, but seems our friend here is a little better at me than reading people.
GM, did we tell, like, throughout our day? Because I don't remember us mentioning that.
Did you?
I don't think we would have.
Yeah.
No.
Then no.
It's also worth noting at this time that, Bree's not drinking anything, so he definitely would never have actually even gotten drunk, which she can't get drunk. So
DM knows that.
Yeah.
Artemis does not know.
Artemis do not know.
But I guess
Reminder: Warforger not from Faerun.
Right, but whatever kind of drinks that people were ordering for the table or whatever, she wouldn't have taken any, and so it would just be like sitting there until
I'll
somebody
take
else
it for you.
grabbed it. Yeah, I would just assume that Doug is like, oh,
I'm
Bree
drinking
was
it for
over
you and you put
there.
it back,
And,
like,
Drinking all of Bree's drinks and eating all of Bree's food.
pretty much. Yeah.
Bree needs more.
Bree needs more.
Bree, do you want seconds? Yes, please.
You protect me from starvation and thirst.
I require more bacon, please.
Protect me from starvation.
Oh
That's
my
good.
god.
That was very good.
Yep, that was good.
What makes you assume that we would be heading west?
When I first saw you in town, you were coming from the east. I assumed you were going through town to the west.
We were actually going to go south.
Still along the way, if you are following the roads at least.
Are you being honest?
I wasn't before, but I am now.
What's for you in Waterdeep?
A new life.
Leaving behind an old one.
Not as much, no. It is more, how do I put this?
You run out of marks.
No. I have run out of the desire to find marks.
Turning
Perhaps-
over a new leaf, are you?
I wouldn't put it quite like that. I'd probably say it a little more flamboyantly, but yes.
You have to be careful when you turn over leaves because sometimes there's spiders underneath them.
That is true. Thank you very much for the warning. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you want to travel with us for safety. What's in it for us bringing you with, our group? What do you bring to the table?
Now, what do I bring to the table? My name is Sir Artemis Bartholomew Denis de la Grange. The one part of that honorific is world traveler. I have been many places. I know many things. I could help you along the road. I could help you avoid certain pitfalls. I could help you take shortcuts, perhaps. Tour guide. I could be your tour guide.
You seem very proficient at that.
I am proficient at talking, yes.
Okay, world traveler. Have you ever heard of a village of firbolgs in a forest near a waterfall?
Yes, of course I have.
Famous healers.
That not so much.
They aren't famous healers, this village you know of.
Well, it's let me correct you because I feel like it's a little bit confused how you understand me. I know many tribes of firbolgs that live by waterfalls. That is one of their preferred habitats, shall we say? I do not mean offense by those words, habitat, but environment, if you will. But specifically one of those that is focused in the healing arts. No, I do not know.
What's today's date?
Okay, the GM wants to punch you.
I want to know how long it was since I left.
Since you left
Academy.
what? The academy?
Yeah,
the
because
GM would like to remind you you are on a different plane of existence right now.
Yeah,
Well, that is true.
That is true.
the date here would mean nothing to you and me.
Like, I don't even know that you've asked anybody what the months are called here.
Right.
So he tells
But-
you the date, and it makes no sense.
Right, but it would to Cascade, and she's been on the stairwell, so I guess
All
I'm
right.
trying to figure out like how long people have been gone if possible. That's
Sure.
all.
Okay. So,
So-
Cascade, how long did we establish that you were on the stairwell before you met them?
6 months.
Okay. The date he tells you is... it's a year. Since you left.
And I don't know if Hope was from here as well, so she would be able to tell how long she was gone. That's all it was. Just
Did
kind
your
of like
no, absolutely.
Just
There's
match
there's
up
there's
how
a
far.
there's basically a double time situation, and Hope, you would know that if your tribe kept any sort of calendar system. I don't know how
That's what I was
disconnected.
wondering.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
you were.
They wouldn't have been so disconnected that they wouldn't know like the days and months of the year because they would have travelers come in and they're like, oh yeah, I've got a buddy who's gonna be here on Thursday, so keep an eye on that kind of thing. So
Okay, so how long has it been since you left your home, or how long has it been since you found yourself in Barovia?
it was only like
For
a
you.
week. Yeah, it was only a week after she left home that she found herself in Barovia. She was not gone very long, the poor thing.
You have been gone 2.5 years.
Thank you.
Good question. That's why I wanted to answer it.
So I Cascade and Hope both just like stare into oblivion.
The same knot on the table, just.
Did I say something to offend you? I apologize.
No, it's just without going into too much detail, we've been places where we've kind of lost track of time.
I see.
Didn't realize it was that much time. It didn't feel like that, but it must have been.
I see. My apologies for being the bearer of bad news.
No, it's not your fault. I just feel even worse now for having been gone for so long without any true resolution. But that's neither here nor there at this point.
And he looks around at the group. Is that your intended purpose for your journey to find the resolution of which she speaks?
Right
Yeah,
now, I
that's-
think we'd like to get her back to her village. Excuse me. Back to my original question. Are any of the Furbolg settlements you know of near Waterdeep?
Most of the settlements I've heard of are rumors at best. The Furbolg are notoriously secretive. They tend to hide their permanent settlements, the ones that are not nomadic, of course. When they settle down, they use kind of a native magic and native magic to obfuscate their home from other intruders. Perhaps your friend Hope here could confirm that I am telling the truth.
Yeah, you're right. The village that I'm from negates that so that people can find us if they need help. But where my father is from, they protect the location and they try not to let it get out into the outside world. So you're right.
So as you can see, I could only help you get close, but I could not find a specific one.
Hope, excuse me. Hope, does your waterfall or lake have a name that the traveling folk call? Like a common tongue nickname, or not nickname, landmark name that he might recognize.
That's a good question. I think everyone just calls it the waterfall because that's what we called it. I've never heard anyone call it anything else out of respect.
Okay.
I know there's multiple waterfalls in the world. I understand that, but this is ours.
There
Right.
are
We're a little
there are a
protective
few.
over it.
There are a few. Perhaps if that is not your only intended purpose for traveling, I can help you with other things. I'd be more than willing to, prove my worth. Perhaps I can assist you in other directions, maybe?
Do you know of any cities along any main road that offer easier transport to other cities, like teleportation or anything like that?
Teleportation circles, okay. Now we are talking about other news and information. Yes. There are some places you can go to that could provide you with teleportation services or circles, but it is probably not best if that is your first option.
Why is that?
This might be a little bit difficult to get in with them. The Council of Mages a little bit further south in Cormir. They, to the best of my knowledge, are the only ones that have the teleportation location set up for kind of a permanent thing, and it is a very closely guarded technology used only by them and those that they look after.
I see.
I see.
It might be worth going, though. I mean,
How far in that direction? Like, is it on the way, or is it out of the way?
Well, that really depends. I don't know where you're going.
I'm saying hypothetically, if we were to go with you to Waterdeep, would going to that, trying to get to that teleportation circle, would it be on the way, or would it be going days out of the way?
It would be potentially several days out of the way, a little bit further to the south, but it is along the path. It is possible to get to Waterdeep from one of the different trade routes you could use from there, but it will take you a little bit more time.
Yeah. Probably not worth it if they're protective of their circle.
If you don't mind my asking, are you only looking for her home, or are you looking for someplace else as well?
I have business in Waterdeep.
It is fate then. I'm very happy. I have fallen in with you lot. Wonderful.
Indeed.
Well, if that is the case, then there are several paths you can take to Waterdeep from here.
Would you mind sharing them?
Well, the one is the teleportation circles that I mentioned before. It is probably the fastest path. There is the longer path that goes a little bit to the south. Does follow a trade route, but it is not the main trade route. That goes it goes around the Great Sand Sea to the south. And once you get past the mountain range and the hobgoblins and the giants and the wyverns that are in the mountain range, it is pretty much a little loop back around and north to Waterdeep. You'll be going south about as far as Baldur's Gate if you are familiar with that part of the region, but considerably inland from Baldur's Gate. The more direct route is to cut straight through the Great Sand Sea, but it is potentially the more dangerous route at the moment.
Besides the normal dangers of a desert, thirst and starvation, what other dangers are present?
Travel complications along the Black Road.
What does that mean?
Well, the Black Road is the trade route that goes through. Through the sand. Travel complications could be anything from raiders to more raiders. There's been a lot of criminal activity along the road recently.
Okay.
There's also there's
basic criminals, or are we talking magic users?
Let us say organized.
Okay.
There is also another concern as well. Yes, Cascade.
She'll raise about organized like this establishment.
This is more of a neutral ground for several different organizations, but yes.
Understood.
There is another concern with going through the desert. If magic is a concern for you, there is there are rumors of activity around the former site of the City of Shadows. It is it's surely just a rumor, but you never know. Times are as they are. Things could be happening there.
Does the road to go through the City of Shadows, or is it just off to excuse me, off to the side?
It is off to the side, but
Okay.
to put it into perspective, you will be going right past the front gate.
Okay. All right. Anyone have any objections to Sir Artemis guiding us along a path?
Our best bet in terms of finding our way. Sir, do you by chance have a map?
A map of what?
Where we are, where we need to go. I don't really know maps very well, but maybe one of my friends here can check it out and see if what you say is right. Not to question your traveling abilities, but just more to confirm routes.
Listen, I would question me too. And he rolls up his sleeve, and he starts pulling a piece of parchment out from his sleeve, and he keeps pulling a piece of parchment out of his sleeve that's rolled up, and keeps pulling it out, and keeps pulling it out, and keeps pulling it out, and like the parchment that was up his sleeve is like this long. Sorry, you can't tell. Camera, this long. And he starts unfolding it on the table. There's clearly some sort of magical compartments in his shirt and garments.
Let's say, is it really sweaty?
It is not, actually. He unrolls it and like takes some of the cups and like puts it on the corners to weigh it all down. It is a full map of Faerun, the whole thing.
Dope.
So in game now, you now have the same map I shared with you.
Okay. Can you point to where we are?
Yes, you are right here. And he points to the region just north of Cormyr.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there is a way that I can perhaps use future technology to share this with you and show you where I am. Yes, and as you can see, the road to the north of us, if you take the road up through Cormyr, or you could follow the river through the woods. That's possible too. If you go through the Black Road to the north, you can see that takes you all the way to the other side, and then it is a straight shot right to Waterdeep.
You mentioned that you had a couple of stops. Do you mind pointing at where those stops are on this map?
He hesitates. I suppose if you are going to trust me, I should trust you. He points to the City of Shade.
The City of Shade?
In the center of the desert. The one he warned you about.
Or the City of Shade, not City of Shadows.
It's both.
Gotcha.
But yes.
Now
So we have options, but really you want the one.
There are reasons I would like to come perhaps from a different direction. As long as it is... as long as there is some protection between here and there, if you know what I mean.
Were you planning on us joining you into the City of Shadows?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I was planning on asking you.
You mind telling us what you're there for?
Information.
Confirming rumors?
That is part of it. There is some work that I have been doing for quite some time, and I believe that there is a key piece of information for me to complete that work there.
So this went from us being easy marks to now we're supposed to perhaps protect you while you go into this place you just warned us not to really go to.
Well, here is the thing. I warned you that it was dangerous to go past there. I did not say don't go in there. That is first. Second, I believed you were easy marks, and then I realized that you could handle yourselves much better than I thought. And that is when I made the shift of intent to perhaps become friends with you and accompany you along the way, wherever it is that you are going. As long as it is in a generally western direction, that is all I need. I could go to Cormyr, to the Council of Mages. I could talk to them there, perhaps for some information to get me a little bit more aware of the dangers I could be going into in the City of Shadows. There's a reason to go in any direction, as long as it is west.
Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with any of this, but if we did decide to go with you, you're going to need to tell us a lot more about that place on the way. Doesn't have to be now.
Of course, I will tell you. He seems to be slightly lost in thought now, too. And drinking as if he's kind of waiting for you to pass judgment on him. And it's a stark contrast to his, like, flamboyant personality before. Like, you've caught him off guard several times. All of the wonderful things I was going to use as a GM to ply you with his personality no longer irrelevant. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you, Bree. Congratulations.
So I'd be sitting there looking at the map and just seeing the best way to look about it. And as I'm scanning the map, and I'll notice a spot, and I'll point to it like, "What about this?" And I'll point to Morningstar Hollows and see if he has any reaction to it.
Morningstar Hollows? What about that place?
I just wondering if you know anything about it, if it rings a bell, or it sounds familiar to me, and I'm just trying to get my bearings, as this place seems different.
Not that I can think of. I mean, the name is familiar, of course, but the town not so much.
Why did you say that? Why is the name just the name of that town?
Because of Morningstar.
Yeah, okay. What about Morningstar?
The gentleman by the name of Angelo Morningstar. It occurs to me I did not ask you where you were from. And it now occurs to me that you might be from a little bit further than I thought you were. How do you not know about Morningstar?
I didn't say we didn't. I want to know how you know.
Because he is known throughout Faerun. He has an organization he calls Morningstar and Company Incorporated. They broker adventurers deals for people, swords for hire, things like that. He's a philanthropist. He's a...
Oh.
I'm
sorry.
Did I say something funny? He does
a little bit.
If he is someone of interest to you, as it seems he is, there is a building, perhaps to the south a little bit, in the general vicinity of Cormyr, on the way to the City of Mages, or Council of Mages, actually, where he has one of his headquarters in this region.
There's a
Has he-
headquarters on the way to the Council of Mages. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Unfortunate.
What about in Waterdeep?
Yes, there's a branch of the Morningstar organization there as well.
Okay. Puts a wrinkle in things.
Do you have is there a, I think the locals call it a beef. Is there a beef between you and Morningstar?
No. Just curious. We did some work for him in the past,
Oh.
and it didn't go quite as it was laid out. So, and then just curious because at the time we had never heard of the man, but he seems to be popping up all over the place. So,
As I said, he is a world-renowned philanthropist. He has his
Yes, you did
fingers in
say
many
that.
little pots.
Of that I am quite sure. Okay. Well, I think my friends and I have a discussion to have. Shall we set a meeting time for tomorrow? Or in a couple of days? We actually need a couple of days. We ordered some goods that are going to take a couple days to be completed. So
That sounds good. Fine with me. Just name the time and place. I will be there. With either proverbial or literal bells on, whichever you prefer.
Anyone have any other thoughts?
We have other companions with us. Are there competent healers in the area?
I mean, the Temple of Tyr could provide some healing services, depending on what you need. I suppose, since you're asking the question, it is a little bit more specific than just, I caught an owie on the road.
They have a bit more than a case of the sniffles, yes.
Well, it really depends on how bad it is and how far you want to travel. There are places that you could go for that. If it is Waterdeep is a good option for kind of advanced medicinal learning. I'm trying to think where else you could go. I mean, if it is arcane in nature, I hate to sound like a broken record, but the Council of Mages would be a great choice. If it is... I'm getting the sense that none of these are really landing home with you, so I will say...
You're told to look for a surgeon.
I was actually just about to say that. If it is a little bit more specific and serious in nature, there is really only one place to go, and that is Menzo Baranazan. It is very far away.
You would need to teleport there.
That is one way. There are others of varying cost.
Where is that on the map?
It's not on the map.
Menzo.
It's not on the map.
Okay.
Cascade
could you just
would
spell
know.
that?
Yeah, MENZOBERRANAZAN. Cascade, you would have heard of it. It is part of the Underdark. It is to the north and east of Waterdeep, or at least the surface portion of it is. It is a giant metropolis. Underground.
But underground.
Mm-hmm. I cannot think of a reason why Hope would know that.
I can speak Undercommon, but that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Either way, that would be best suited to go through via Waterdeep, perhaps.
That's true. And perhaps you could have your friend, companion, looked at there first to see if it is even worth the trip.
Understood. She'll look
right.
around the table at her companions and just shrug slightly.
We will need a cart for our two companions with horses, and then horses for 3 of us, I guess. And you and Bree, sorry. So how about, let's see. So 2 horses and a cart. Doug, I assume one of us would, someone was going to drive the cart.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 horses, depending on if other people want to ride in the
4
cart or
horses,
not.
2 carts.
Yeah. I don't think we need 2 carts, but
Well, you said your friends.
Anyway.
You said your friends could not travel on their own. One needs surgery.
no, that's why we need the cart.
Well, then
Yes.
it would make sense to have 2 carts instead of one. One for your stuff, one for them.
It is a long way, Varys.
Yeah.
We'll need
All right.
supplies.
Okay. 4 horses, 2 carts, plus another couple of horses for others to ride. Can you make those arrangements? Well, obviously, pay for them, but
As it would happen, the 2 young gentlemen who work at the wheelwright and stables owe me a favor. I can absolutely get that set for you.
okay. So why don't we plan to leave in 3 days' time?
We can do that if you'd like.
We will discuss which way we want to go by the time we meet again.
Let me just I guess let me put my cards on the table. I would gladly do this work for you with the wheelwright and the stable master, but I would like to know whether I am coming with you or not, because if I am not, then by all means, please take care of it yourself. Do you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I thought I was being clear. Please do that so that we can go. All of us. Unless someone wants to speak up and say otherwise, I don't have a problem.
Cascade shifts in her chair slightly, folding her fingers, and looks at Delg.
I'm like in the middle of drinking. I look back. I'm like, as Hope said, probably our best option. He seems to know the way. As Varys said, the next couple days we'll decide what route we'll take, and whether or not, if we feel the need to accompany you into the city. That is not a guarantee in this deal right now. But by the looks of it, most routes are going to lead pretty near there for you. So you should be able to get to the city.
As close as you can get me is all I can ask. I will adjourn from the table for the evening. In several days' time, we can meet back here, perhaps for dinner, and then leave the next morning.
That'll be fine.
Yes. To date.
Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting all of you. I look forward to our time together. And he excuses himself from the table. Those of you with the higher insights, passive, he seemed to be quickly getting away from the conversation and leaving the table. Possibly because he was a little overcome with emotion.
Interesting. I don't know any of that because I have low insight.
Yeah.
There's an 18
Still
pass.
interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you got a little sad there.
Really?
Or happy? It's kind of hard to tell between the two sometimes. They write a fine line.
So we think we're doing a good deed then.
I hope so.
We always do good deeds, Varys. That's what
Well,
gets us into this.
that's true. That's very true.
To think if we just didn't do good deeds, we could still be home. You could be tackling rat-tailed boys.
Oh, that was so long ago.
Who knows how long ago? I mean, Hope's been gone for 2 years. How long have we been gone? Like,
Is that how long? That
Oh.
that was never said out loud, right?
yeah, that's true.
Till
No. Hey, I've been gone for 2 years.
Yeah, my bad.
It's okay. Yeah,
Is
it's
that-
been a while.
is that right? Is that true? 2 years.
If he said the date today is the correct one,
Wow.
yeah. Doesn't feel like that though.
No. So we should probably go back to the inn if we want to have any discussions. I don't think this is the place for it.
As you're having your conversations, another round of drinks is brought over by several of the waiters. There are 3 beverages that are set down in front of Bree.
No, there aren't, because Doug's been drinking them.
Well, there are 3 new ones that are set down in front of Bree.
Oh, okay.
And the waiter says, compliments of Sir.
Artemis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just walks away.
These are all yours, Doug.
I mean, you don't have to tell me twice. Like, I already grabbed one.
Go for it, buddy.
Every once in a while, like, I would offer it to Bree just to make sure. Like, are you sure? You know?
She's protecting you from soberness.
Yes, that's gonna get me.
From sobriety.
From sobriety, that's right.
I'm in danger.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Cascade would just cast her eyes around, trying to clock the same individuals that she saw earlier. I'm assuming that they've kind of, throughout the conversation, they've gotten up and moved on, or...
You can make a perception check at disadvantage from your table.
Still, even though I knew where they were...
It's that
I can-
crowded.
I can help you with that.
Think
and
about...
then you could have a normal roll.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, think about like a German festival, like
Yeah,
in the height
Yep.
of it, and you're sitting at a table in the middle of a festival hall.
yeah. Cascade would lean over to Varys and quietly whisper, I mean, I get that it's loud and everything,
Yeah.
but communicating directly to him. There are factions at play here that are normal to Faerun. However, it is best to be cautious if we are indeed considered easy marks. We should be careful. There were some individuals that I saw when I took a walk around the top balcony. I'd rather not draw attention to myself by repeating the same. Could you help me? If I describe them to you, could you help me find them?
I think I can do that.
Very well. And she'll, iterate like they're guys. They were sitting by the service area talking with the bartender,
Mhm.
seemed armored, and kind of describe the different things that she saw just to try and get an understanding of them now.
Cool. Please make a normal roll now.
Yes. Perception? or-
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, investigation, whichever you
Thank
prefer.
you. I would much prefer investigation. A 15.
15. You don't see the same two people, but you do see 3 other people in the same position, probably performing the same act.
Almost like this is a conduit of information.
Yeah.
That's what the one guy was hinting at. Artemis.
Cascade will turn to Varys and just say, I don't know if we have anything to worry about yet, but when I remember this place sounded familiar, it was because of this kind of activity. We should be
Okay.
cautious.
Is anyone else drinking or eating at the table still? Or just Bree?
Just Bree.
Well, I think me and Cascade are. I mean, we're all at the table.
I know you're at the table, but
Mhm.
like, is everybody just like they're done for the evening and Bree's the one that has all the drinks in front of?
I'll be nursing a drink. I'm not like pounding them like you or anything, but yeah,
I just want to make sure I'm not holding
I'll be
anybody
social.
up.
No.
I mean, Bree's not holding
So-
anyone up.
What types of things would these factions be interested in? Like, why would we be a mark for them?
Well, I don't know. Information, our gear, a plethora of things. They're
Look,
kind of-
they would have to pry my gear from my cold, dead body.
they would probably give it their best shot.
That's just it. Best shot.
Yeah. Probably nothing to worry about. I'm probably just growing quite paranoid of all
No.
of the incidences.
Listen.
However,
There's criminals in every city,
yes.
and I just want to know what kind of criminals we're dealing with. If it's just common criminals and they're just looking for money, then that's fine. Information, we don't have any, so I don't have any.
Right. Well, this is a large organization. Well, I mean, there are probably many organizations here at work, as he mentioned. This seems to be sort of a hub of sorts, but there's a
Didn't he men-
particular. Pardon?
You mentioned it being like a neutral hub, though.
Correct. But they might not do anything here, but that doesn't mean they're not watching. Again, I could just be paranoid.
All I know, this was a nice town. It was a nice day. And I didn't feel like I had to watch my back all day long.
Understood, Dub. Cascade will turn to eat then.
Food's a little cold at this point, but it's still delicious. Is there any other conversations or things you'd like to do during this evening? It seems like you all are enjoying a normal city for the first time in a while. So
It's weird.
yeah, and I've kind of intentionally been like it's normal. It's like this waitresses, people, and there's definitely I think I'd like to think that in this space, the group of you relax just a little bit more than you expected to. And maybe conversations start flowing a little bit more than they have before. I'd like to think that the conversation about Hope's home village and there being different kinds of tribes of furbolgs would have sparked Hope, like, excitedly talking about her home a little bit more.
Oh, hell yeah.
Delg would have consistently gotten drunker and drunker throughout the evening. And it's a good thing you're not doing anything, because we were about to start doing constitution checks.
I can handle them.
Cascade, looking around the room for the rest of the evening, I mean, it feels like home a little bit, in that it's a hub, and it's a major kind of, the energy feels very familiar, and you don't see anything that out of the ordinary. I mean, you see things that perhaps the rest of the people at this table wouldn't have seen, but it's there if you know what to look for.
Yeah, and I think that's more what she was trying to convey, is like, hey, this is normal. Like, there are going to be these things. We're aware of them. Not to be like they're watching us. Just like, hey, just a heads up. That kid over there might try to pick your pocket, but just like be cool.
Right.
Like more like that.
The entertainment when it starts is quite good. They announce several local acts. The first being that band with the several instruments. There's a poet that gets up that is surprisingly met with a warm reception. There's at least one table that shouts out that poetry is not entertainment, and they get booed by the crowd quite quickly. The second act is, or the third act after the band and the poet is this gorgeous elven woman with this beautiful, like, soaring soprano voice who sings without accompaniment, and the whole room goes like silent as she sings and just soaks in the sound coming from her voice. And slowly over the course of the evening, patrons start to trickle out and the locals start to go home, and whenever you felt that you're done for the evening and have gotten your fill, which is probably a little later than you wanted it to be because it is such a nice evening, you all make your way back to the inn. We're going to fast forward a little bit over the next couple days. I will tell you that the leather worker got you your things. What did we say? Morning of the fourth day was when you were going to get it?
Morning of the third.
No, it should be morning of
morning of the third,
day,
because you cut it down.
Yes.
Yeah. He gets it to you by the evening of the second day, and he looks haggard, like he has literally not stopped since then. That is the service that you bought with the massive tip you left him. Is that he refused to go to sleep or attend to anything else until he got it done. They are all finely crafted. So much so that you almost like regret that you're going to wear them as traveling clothes underneath your armor. But you have the sets of clothing that you had wanted.
You got 3 sets, so
Yeah.
it's a fair set.
Is there anything else in this area that you would like to do before you head out from town over the next couple days?
The Temple of Tyr, for sure.
Exactly, the temple is here, and obviously,
Okay.
I would have attuned to the vest during the time.
Mm-hmm.
And making sure Mist and Renault are all right and kind of hold up in their room fine.
Okay, so let's do Mist and Renault first. Renault's first question. Did you have any news about a potential place for us to heal her?
Yes, it seems Waterdeep will be the best place to start. We could try with the Council of Mages, it sounds, to the south. That would be en route and potentially our best option. However,
I don't know if that's the best option,
I
given the
mean,
proximity to a Morningstar headquarters.
that was my follow-up. We would have to move past Morningstar. However, it seems that he is much more active here in Faerun than we realized. We'll have to address the headquarter issue once we reach Waterdeep anyways. It's rather we face it now or we face it later.
I'm hesitant to ask, how far is Waterdeep?
Far.
It's 2 to 3 weeks by my estimation. It's far.
I am I seem to find myself an adult in the world and unable to care and protect for myself and those I love, which means I am at the mercy of your decision.
You're not at the mercy, Renault. I would say that your opinion matters. To me, at least.
Whichever option has a higher chance of getting her the best help the fastest is the one that I would choose.
Fastest over safest.
I don't know what's still happening to her.
I think the best the best help is the key phrase there, Delg. Unfortunately, that is not going to be the fastest help.
Well, you mentioned the mages to the south. I mean, this seems to be a magical thing. Wouldn't they be the best?
We were also told they are very protective on them, and it's not guaranteed.
Weren't we also told to take her to a surgeon?
But that would be by way of Waterdeep. My thought is that if we go to the Council of Mages and we implore for their assistance in our cause, that we might use their teleportation or even their expertise on the condition, but use the teleportation to get us to Waterdeep. From there, if needed, we can also look into other options there before getting to the surgeon. But either way, we would need to pass through Waterdeep to get to the surgeon in the Underdark.
Are you familiar with this Council of Mages, Cascade? Do you know anything about them? Are they willing to even consider allowing us the use of this teleportation service?
That's a really good fucking question.
Make a history check. Actually,
that's a dirty 20.
It is. I'm still gonna ask you to roll at advantage because you are a wizard.
Hell yeah.
Woo,
Very good.
wizard stuff. Hey, that's better.
There you go.
I'll take a 26.
You've absolutely heard of the Council of Mages. They are known as an organization that has two main purposes and two main branches, both operating within this region of the world. The one branch serves as advisors and councilmen to local government and local monarchy. The other branch is kind of a part of what the council was born out of, which is war wizards that have been heralded through time or over the course of history as basically saviors of this particular region of Faerun. You would also know that the council has regular meetings, probably about once every 9 to 12 months, where the entire council comes together, and any wizard or arcane user of any renown is welcome to attend.
I'm familiar with their structure and their mission, as it were. They're twofold. The latter, actually a bit inspired me in my own areas of study, believe it or not. They meet regularly, every 9 to 12 months. As a wizard myself, and as possessors of arcane, we should be able to attend. And as for how likely we are to have audience with them, or to have them grant us permission to use the magics, I never made that request before. I've never needed to. I don't know if I know of anyone who has. But I feel confident that we would be able to participate at the bare minimum.
My only concern is it's a longer journey that way.
Only if we can't teleport.
Right. That's the assumption.
Mhm.
They have no reason to let us do it. We're counting on their kindness. We have no idea if they're kind. So
They
We
consider
also
their...
have.
Okay, go on, Delg.
We also don't know, with them being so close or in direction of Morningstar
Yeah.
headquarters, if Morningstar has fingers in their pockets as well.
absolutely.
We run that risk everywhere.
Right, but going to an
Yeah, but-
organization with that kind of power, he seems to be drawn to something with power. From what we've learned and found out, he's everywhere and is looking for something in particular, and there's no reason why he wouldn't be looking there or have them be working for him.
You're not wrong. But if there's anything this evening has taught me, is that there are good people in all places.
Yeah. I do think, I mean, he could just as easily have a ton of people in that shadow city looking for whatever things there are there, but the proximity to the headquarters definitely increases the chances. So it's this is something we have to decide, because this is what we're doing. So
You all do seem to be very well traveled already. Are there not groups, clans, organizations that you have encountered before that you might be able to call upon assistance?
I don't have anything like that.
I might.
Oh. Really?
Well, yes. But given my own interaction with Morningstar, it's possible that others of my affiliation are equally indebted. There are some that I can trust and could try to reach out to, but again, I don't know how long it would take to get a message to them. It seems that we need to decide a course of action now. I'm far, far removed from them.
They might even think you're dead.
I mean, if a message is what needs to be sent, we can do that pretty quick. I think.
My understanding is you need to know the individual, yes?
I think we just need to know of them, right? I'm gonna think for a second and actually look it up.
Right.
Okay.
A big creature of with
has to
which
be-
you are familiar.
Yeah, it just has to be known to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which you could make an argument that as long as you've heard their name and they're of any renown, that you they're familiar.
Read about them in a book.
Yeah.
Sure.
They're probably not going to respond and wonder why the hell you're talking in their head. But
well, everyone has a say in this group. What's everybody think?
For the sake of expediency, my vote is for the Council of Mages.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, when I heard of that as an option, it kind of went higher on the list in terms of which route to take. So that's, I think that would be my first vote as well.
Okay.
From
Delg?
the information given, also could have been swayed a little bit because he wanted to go to the city. But he also recommended that not being our first option because they may not let us. So they should have some type of reputation of not letting people use their teleportation.
For what it's worth, I might have a way around that.
What does that mean? Mel?
It means that Mist is special, and I have a hunch that they're going to want to look at her.
And I agree with that, but are they going to want to look at her and end up taking her back to where she was? Honestly, that's what I'm most worried about.
I am too, but well, all I mean to say is that we could use that as leverage to trade for use of the teleportation circle if necessary. I believe that she would, if she were awake, she would want that.
So what say you, Delg?
Well, we employed the tour guide for his assistant, and he requested that we take him as close as we can to the city. So
He didn't
if I
care as
remember-
long as we got him to Waterdeep. But
no, he wanted to go to the city.
yeah. But
And
he also
if I'm
said
correct, the pathway to the tower actually doesn't lead to the city at all.
no. He said his ultimate goal is to Waterdeep. If we were going to go to the north, he would want to stop at the city, but he doesn't care as long as he gets to Waterdeep. At least that's what I remember. It doesn't matter. What say you? He has no vote. He's going to either go with us or not go with us. We're deciding the route. What do you want to do?
Unfortunately, go against everybody else. I feel like going west and not using the mages.
Okay.
That's fair.
Bree, what's your assessment of our best route option?
This is the difficult point about having a voice. Figure out how she's gonna say these things all the time.
You're doing great. Be fine.
Well, no, because it's also she's taking her time to kind of calculate and process everything and just kind of, without knowing all the information, like all of the information, it's hard to assess everything. So yeah, after a few moments, she will she'll chime in.
It appears the most logical option might be to request the assistance of some aid of kind.
So you think the mages then?
The mages, perhaps seeking the aid of some new or old acquaintances, might be more beneficial in getting into our destination. After all, the more help, the more better off we are.
Well said.
Okay. I'm probably projecting my own personality onto these mages, but I think our chances of getting them to help us are low. But by my count, 3 of us want to go to the mages, so That's where we're going.
Is that okay with you guys?
We're here to get you where you need to go. Either way we go, we're going to do that. Getting Mist help, we're going to do that too. So.
Okay.
We go south.
For now, in case it doesn't work, and then we go west and figure it out.
Well, we're committed to that route. We would be adding significant time if we were to go back. You know, if we go that south route, we have to go south the whole way.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
it'll take a lot longer if we don't.
You're the one that can read maps.
I mean, we can do anything we want. It's just going to take longer. That's all.
Yeah. But
Is that all right with you, Renault?
Yeah.
It's risky.
I would be lying if I said that potentially getting her help from experts in magic sooner is not the course I had hoped you would pick.
All right. Sounds settled then.
Any other conversations with Renault and Mist? Well, Renault, because Mist is comatose right now. If not, we can move on to the temple.
Yeah.
Cool. As you arrive at the temple during your wait for the next couple days, the front area is relatively plain and nondescript. And it appears that there is a desk inside for visitors to check in or ask for information, almost like a museum.
Cascade will. Here, let me double check and make sure that this works.
This is the next day on. We've all slept, right?
Sure.
So I'm not exhausted anymore.
Correct. You are not exhausted
Hey.
anymore. God, when Delg asks questions like that, I'm attuned to this, right? I'm not exhausted anymore, right? Hijinks will ensue.
I love it.
So Cascade will summon her quill, and she will write the parties. She'll gesture to them, "I'll take care of this," and write their names in the book with her quill, matching the ink to the ink that's already on the paper.
And your business here today?
We were told that there were different arcane items that we might obtain. Particularly, we're looking for ivory.
We do have services available for things of that nature, yes.
Do you happen to have any books to teach spells by chance?
He looks you up and down. I'm assuming you are not a follower of Tyr, Cascade.
Oh.
Hmm?
How did you know?
Not today.
We do not have things of that nature here. We also assist arcane beings of other nature than it seems you are. Why are you all staring at me?
What does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
We are a holy place of worship for clerics
Oh, okay.
and clergymen.
I see.
Hey, that's us. And Hope is like pointing to herself and Doug. That's us. Hi.
He looks over you and your garb and your holy symbols. Yes.
Is it possible? Do you have a library?
We do, for public use.
Oh, I would like to go there, please.
And which one of these are you?
Varus.
Through these doors.
Thank you. Going to the library. Bet y'all didn't even think Varus knew how to read.
Who said you do? You just going to look at the pictures.
Yeah, man. Kid
Fuck you,
section.
Doug. Expected it from Doug, Hope, not from you two. That
It's
hurts.
fun
Cuts
to
me
poke
deep.
and jest.
Cuts me deep.
Ah, you're fine. May we go and pay our respects and possibly find a quiet corner to pray in for a moment?
Absolutely. If you follow the hallway down over here, that will lead you to the temple and altar. If you would like to purchase the ivory, it is available in the kiosk on your way out.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And Hope will head over there.
Cascade will nod and move over to the kiosk.
There are several handcrafted tchotchkes of tier, if you would like to purchase one.
Are they made of ivory?
They are not, but there is like a little section of like candles and like
Keychains.
components for like priest-like things, and there is ivory there that's kind of locked behind.
Got a special
glass.
today. Buy 2 tier tchotchkes and get a stick of ivory for free.
Does it have one with my name on it?
Yeah, there's like shot
There's a-
glasses on the wall.
There's an engraving station.
Yeah.
You can squash a silver and it'll like flip and print the temple on
You gotta
it.
crank it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The big cranky machine.
It's got the date on it, but it's like 3 years old because they haven't been able to
They-
change out the stamp.
Julius was the last cleric to remember like to have the key, and when he decided to bail out to like worship Lathander, he took the keys and they didn't know what to do.
This is why I don't establish things about stuff. You guys do it for me.
Gosh dang Julius.
Fucking
Yes.
Julius.
Julius, that guy.
So let's do this. Hope, what are you doing?
I am going to the temple in the altar to use it as a conduit to pray.
All right, cool. Is there anything besides just actual praying that you're doing? Like, are you trying to do something or commune or do any spells or anything?
Get back to me in a moment. Yeah.
Sure. Cascade, you are buying tchotchkes. They are considerably marked up at 75 for a 50.
For the ivory, do they have any of those sunburst thingies that I was wanting to pendants?
What's the cost of a sunburst pendant?
Time out. Let me look.
100 gold.
Yeah,
I think
it had to be.
100 gold pieces.
Yeah, so a sunburst pendant worth at least 100.
I mean, it's a kiosk. It's a gift shop kiosk on the way out. Probably
Sure.
not.
Just checking.
Okay.
She would wave down Delg, who was also looking for ivory, and gesture him towards the kiosk. But if he's busy doing other things, she would wait first. She is, when she chooses to be, quite polite.
We're gonna get to Delg last. and but that means we're getting to Bree last, I'm assuming, too. Varys, what are you doing in the library?
I'm looking for books on the Morning Lord, realizing this is not a temple of the Morning Lord. If I can't find them myself, I will ask
Sure.
someone who works there if it's possible, and also expressing that I understand this isn't a temple of that particular deity, but
Sure.
I don't mean any disrespect, is what I mean.
The attendant to the stacks is actually a much nicer person and doesn't take any offense. It's like we have our library here is dedicated to religions of all manner. It is a place of teaching and learning for people that are on the road to try to convince them that they should follow some god instead of no god. We hope that they choose Tyr. Obviously, we're leaning that way, but we provide information for everyone. So make an investigation check for your research.
Okay. Oh man, that's bad. 9.
You see enough material to connect Morning Lord with Lathander, and yeah, a 9. I don't know much else. I'll put some information together and DM you.
Okay.
Because the GM has to look it up too, I think.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna regret this. Doug, what are you doing?
Oh, what do you mean? I'm going to the library with Varys, actually.
Okay, what are you
And
doing?
I want to
look.
I'm looking up information on Eldith, in particular to one that would call Eldith his daughter.
Okay.
I think that's what it is. I'm trying to piece together who Ozzy might have been.
Okay, and Bree, are you Sentinel robot right now, or what's going on?
Yeah, I'm watching like the prayers, and like if there's other people in that area, I'll just kind of be watching anybody that's in that praying area.
Okay. So, Delg, go ahead and make an investigation check for your research.
I would also like to ask the person if they have any books on Morningstar.
Okay.
Oh, yours is as good as mine.
You said investigation, right?
I did say investigation.
It's done, so I will make a reroll.
Why are you making a reroll? It's a new day for, yeah.
New day, it's a new dawn.
And
he's feeling good. Yes,
Girl,
we couldn't
really?
leave it. Hang it. We
Ah,
couldn't
there
leave
it
it. We
is.
couldn't leave it.
Hey, it was better. Much better.
So, even with a 9, it's pretty common knowledge that Eldath and Eldath in some ways answers to a higher deity by the name of Sylvanas. You could make a leap of faith, a leap of logic that's who it was.
Hey, what was the name of that inn we stayed at?
Da-da-da-da-da. There is nothing on Morningstar.
That's good.
And
Good to find out.
you get an odd look from the attendant when you ask.
That's really good. And afterwards, I'd head out and I would meet up with Cascade to get some ivory.
75
Was
each.
there said there was sunburst there or no?
No sunburst.
No sunburst. Cascade would have also been kind of standing at the kiosk, just patiently waiting, pacing in front of the bookkeeper, and just kind of nodding at him and important tier work. Really keeps you busy.
How many ivory strips are in this little kiosk thing I'm about?
Buy it out.
As how many do you want?
I
75.
see. I need 4. I'll get 4 for Hope, and I don't know if Cascade bought the ones that she needs. If not, then however many. Cascade.
She's gonna need to borrow funds because y'all been in Barovia and she's been on the staircase and there's been no monies.
Right. So, how many?
He's
do you need,
paying.
Cascade?
He's asking how many you want.
Yeah, I'm looking really quick. I should already have this. Apologies. Can I get? I'll need incense and ivory.
Okay.
So, is there incense here as well? Keeper?
There is.
Should be.
Hang on. I no longer have the priest supplies out.
How many ivory do you need so I can calculate?
Oh, let's do 4. If that's 4 will give me 1 casting. Ideally, I'd have 2, but let's just do 4.
It's 1 silver. No, it's 1 silver for 2. No.
Gotcha. So for
it's buy 2 get 1 free. So
Do
you
they
get
have-
3 for 1 silver.
But do they have like tier shaped incense that's worth 250 GP?
I mean, they have it in variable sizes.
Okay.
You need incense worth 250 gold.
Special gold.
That's
like-
some
I'm looking for the gold
expensive
lace
incense.
So,
Yeah.
first of all of the incense has like the little like sigil of tier like stamped into it, like a
Very
branding.
Cool.
So
I
the
love this place.
the purpose of this kiosk is to encourage people to worship. So
Right.
the stuff that is needed to worship, they have in supply. So you could buy that much if you wanted to.
That's so much incense.
It's a fucking truckload
Yeah,
of
that's,
incense.
I thought there was like specialty incense that
It's-
like like
that's-
Yeah.
gold lace incense that made it.
For a costed component, the incense is so stupid because it's so cheap. You'd have to have a freaking
Yeah.
4
I
horses
need
and 2 carts full of
so there's
incense.
a particular spell. I
Mhm.
need incense worth at least 250 gold, which the spell will consume,
Is
and
it
4
called
ivory
smokescreen?
strips. Huh?
Is it called
Right.
smokescreen?
No, it's
Smoke screen.
Gosh, I wish. If I can't get the incense, that's fine. And then 4 ivory strips worth at least 50 gold piece.
Yes.
But I think I get to keep. Those don't get consumed.
All
I
right.
don't think. So just
I'm
4,
gonna-
please.
They have
then
expensive incense. It's not a
And
volume
then-
situation. It's a
Great. I was
quality
terrified.
situation. No.
Can I get the gold plated fucking ruby
Yeah.
tipped
Gold-plated
incense?
It comes-
1 stick.
It comes in a bedazzled
Bedazzled, yeah.
Trapper keeper.
a little gift container
All right, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna
in a
I'm gonna
velvet
buy-
lined box.
I'm gonna buy 4 sets of those and 20 ivory strips. That should be like 2,500, correct?
Jesus Christ.
Probably, yeah. I trust your math. The expensive incense is sold at cost. That's not marked up.
Okay, so 250 each. So 4 of those, that's 1,000.
1,000. Yep.
And then 75 times 20 should be 1,500 if I did my math correctly.
I
Yeah,
trust
that's
you.
right.
So yeah,
That's
I'll,
right.
If
I'll
I
do all
need
that.
if I'm gonna start min maxing your funds in this situation and you're gonna start doing that, then why are we playing this game?
Right.
Yeah.
I trust you.
So
Big
I'll
man.
give Hope 4 ivory strips. I'll keep 4 ivory strips, and Cascade gets, or whatever's left. That I'm not doing math.
12.
12. You get
12. You bought 20, right? That's what you
Yeah,
said.
20.
And how much of the fancy incense?
You get
10.
You get half.
10 bundles, right?
You,
oh,
you
half.
get 2. You get 2
2
sets.
fancy incense. Okay.
I'm gonna keep the other 2 because I need them, and I'm sure Hope might need them. But
I thought you said you bought 10 of those.
I bought
No.
4.
4.
Oh, 4 of
250 each.
those. Okay. I was like, holy shit.
I am done at the temple.
Custom item. Fancy
Yes.
incense. Branded with tier.
Don't forget the
And-
bejeweled
And the Trapper Keeper.
gift
The
box.
bejeweled-
The bejeweled gift
box.
trapper keeper. It's like it's got like the little like pockets in it that you have, like you slide the incense into.
Yeah.
It's just like pages of incense.
All right, are we fast forwarding back to the inn?
Depends on Hope.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, I would like to ritually cast commune.
Okay.
And also think about this gift shop. I don't need anything, but I'm just thinking about knowledge of tier. Like, do they have like gloves that you can buy, but it's only one glove because tier only has one hand. So it's
God
like
damn it.
glove of tier. Bad, sorry.
No, it was very good.
Actually, the person attending the kiosk says we actually thought about adding that to our collection for the fall, but they're still getting approval from the higher ups.
Is it a sequined glove?
You gotta find a supply chain for
Yeah.
the one glove.
Yeah.
Amazing.
There's a tailor in town that
Yeah.
might help you out.
Yeah, the guy.
Yeah,
really good work.
Loon.
Shop locally.
Loon makes good gloves, right, Cascade?
Support small businesses.
They are rather lovely.
That guy stole my wife, so
Ah.
I'm not gonna.
Whoa! I need to know everything about this.
You're communing. What are you?
I know.
Are you doing the commune?
Yes.
Do the commune.
Dude, the commune.
I'll go up to the altar and kind of give a slight bow, and if there's like an alms box or something, I'll drop some coins in there. But then I'll just like go set up in one of the corners so that I'm not trying to take over the vibe of tier. But I'll set up my own little station and get to communing. Ritually cast, so I don't have to use a spell slot.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Not like it really matters right now. Or does it? I don't know.
They have incense and holy water for your use in the temple.
Yes. Amazing. Cool. So yeah, I'll set up the incense and douse it in a little bit of holy water. The first question I want to ask is, if we head towards the Council of Mages, is that the best way to get to Waterdeep?
How would Eldath talk to you inside a temple of Tyr?
That's fun.
Actually, based on what I established, I think she would just answer you because it's.
I don't. They're not enemies. So.
Yeah, I know.
No, and it's a lawful good
Yeah,
Yeah.
deity too. So.
and they've established this place as like a. We just want you to pray to somebody.
A temple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You start to feel. Hang on, I gotta read the spell for a second.
Sorry, I was just
You
muted
were-
when I said I can ping it. Here you go.
You were expecting to feel some sort of change in the nature and natural environment around you, because that is how she has reached out to you previously. You feel not much change. You feel like for a second you kind of feel like it feels like a little breezier, like I don't want to be here, like there's a draft, and it feels a little warmer, like I'm comfortable. You get the sense that she answered, but was unclear of the way to answer.
That's fair.
As if there are a lot of factors involved in what you mean by best.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's... I'll give you this. You do get the sense, because of all the things that you've been considering, which she would have known and been able to tell, that it's unclear because each pathway that you are currently considering has its has its challenges.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Okay. Second question. Is the waterfall at my home worse now?
Without your without knowing that you have started to, you feel dampness on your cheeks as you feel like you are crying. And you reach up and feel, and you are actually crying. And it takes you a moment to realize that they're tears of joy and happiness. You get the sense that the waterfall is not only not worse, but is better.
Okay. Huh. I was not expecting that. Okay. Final question. Is Fettel actually safe?
There's a breeze that comes through the doorway of the temple, flittering the pages that are loose behind the desk of the keeper, who like kind of rushes to pin them all down. And one of them
Whoops.
kicks up
Oh.
Screw
and
that guy.
goes across and goes toward you, Cascade. It is on the ground.
She'll bend over and pick it up and be, oh, all that justice serving. And she'll hand it over, but where she touched the paper, it will be increasingly damp.
Did you look at what was on the paper?
She would actually.
It is a very unflattering stick figure depiction of you with a cloud over your head pacing
Mhm.
that this person has been doodling behind the counter the whole time.
I love this. I love this because this is what Cascade's about to do. She's going to take that back and walk it over, and she's going to summon her quill in her hand, and she's going to she's holding the paper over the sign-in book a little bit, and she's going to look at them and look at it and kind of wave her quill over it, and then she will sign it, like sign the doodle, but in a really like irreadable script, and then hand it over to you. And if he's not paying attention, when she waved the quill, it actually erased their names from the check-in book.
Huh. Interesting.
Tricky.
Thank you.
A souvenir.
They seem embarrassed.
Oh my god.
As this breeze comes through, Hope,
The best interlude.
you feel like this warm gush of air on the back of your neck, and as it comes, it's kind of like you're walking in the streets of the city, and you went into the trade area, and you started to smell like the wafting aroma of food. However, it's not food that comes across the air and that you smell. The smell that hits your nose smells like Delg, either after he was done that night in the Velvet Veil, or the morning after that night. You're not quite sure. It's a little mixture of both of those. Of
Ew.
like stale beer and like ale and like fatty foods. But you get the sense that he's okay. He's safe.
Okay. The last thing that I want to do is go to the kiosk and see if they have any like tier branded shears that I could buy.
Like scissors shears?
Yeah,
Sure.
cool. I do that.
How much does scissors cost? It's 1 silver. I don't know.
Dude, I don't even
How
know.
much are the tier shears?
Be careful, don't cut your hand off with those.
Yeah.
They're really sharp.
That'd be pretty sadistic for tier to
You know,
steal
it's kind of
shears in a
funny because,
kiosk.
yeah.
Well, their lobby man isn't really is a real peach, so you know.
Is there
Oh,
anything
boy.
else you guys would like to throw my way in this town before you
I mean,
meet
if you
up?
make me a werewolf, then I'd be fit in with you real quick.
It's actually true.
Hello, Raiders. How you doing? Welcome to the
Hi,
show.
Raiders.
Hello.
As they leave, Cascade will grin and kind of like try to like show teeth to the person as they leave, kind of like and then leave.
As you go out, Hope following behind Cascade, you feel the breeze kind of hit you again, and you hear the sound of papers, and that like try to hold them down again.
All right. If we're going back to the inn, is there anywhere else anyone wants to go?
I think that
I
was
mean,
it.
Right.
Sarah wants to see the freaking alchemist again,
God.
but we don't have to.
We'll come back to this town sometime in the future.
I just loved him. Cascade has a lot of office organization tips for that guy.
So, later on, at some point later on, Varys will come to Cascade and with 2 things. So, got your paper supplies earlier. I thought this book would go along with that. So I'm gonna give her the Arcanoloth's spell book, and on top of it is a nondescript ring with a gem set in it. Say, you might have a use for this ring as well, but maybe you'll have some better luck with the guy inside. Just be careful.
Madbird, thank you for the raid as well.
Madbird, what's up?
Wow. So yes, and that spell book is in the
Yeah,
magical
Is
items
in-
list.
I gotta go share it with her. I
Roll
don't think she has
Roll
it.
20.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind sharing it, that'd be phenomenal.
Mhm.
Cascade will be a little confused, taking the gifts, and she'll take them. Thank you, Varys. But I have to be honest, I'm rather surprised at this.
Well, these items are useful. I can't use them. And we are off on another journey of unknown danger. Possibly. Everybody needs to be at full strength, so if you can use them, great. If not, I can't see why you wouldn't, though.
It's all right, Varys. You can just say that we're friends.
Yeah, we probably are.
I know
Good
that.
night, Cascade.
Yeah. Good night.
I gotta ask. What are you doing with the book and the
Oh,
ring?
she putting that ring on, my dude. She's putting it on. As Varys leaves, she'll close the door. She'll look at it because we had the conversation before. She recognized it for what it is. She knows, quote unquote, someone's home. She's putting on the ring.
I mean, the ring feels like a ring. Ring is ring.
Ring is ring. She'll look at it for a moment and kind of hold it out. We'll talk soon. And then, yeah, with the spell book, she'll immediately start flipping through it, familiarizing herself with the spells inside.
As you say, we'll talk soon. Have you ever, you know about rings like this? Have you ever, like, had any experience with them?
No, I don't think she has. She knows about them. She understands how they work.
Okay.
She maybe, like, knew someone who had one. I doubt that they had one that with someone inside.
Okay.
Given her line of work previously, I think that this is something that would be regularly used, but I don't think to this extent.
Okay. So then it would neither surprise nor would you expect it. But as you said that, there is the sound of what you can only imagine would be someone falling off of their chair. That is in your head.
Okay. I think she would look down at the ring because she doesn't really know where else to look. You're surprised. I guess it would be jarring just to have someone talk to you out of nowhere.
I would go over to Cascade's door. I'm gonna set something on in front of it, and I'm gonna knock on the door, and I'm gonna go back into my room before she actually gets through the door.
The knock happens as you're waiting for something to respond.
She'll go and open the door expecting to see someone.
It would be a little bag sitting down on the ground in front of your door.
She'll pick it up, look both ways down the hall, and no one can see because no one's in the hall. There's legitimate emotion on her face, like full-fledged confusion of like what is going on, but okay, all right. And she'll take the bag into her room, and she'll say to the ring, well, I guess we're both in for surprises tonight. And she'll open the bag.
There's 200 plat in there.
For fuck's sake.
As you are in shock looking inside the bag with 200 platinum.
That was in character. That was in character. That was Cascade alone in her room. For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
You hear a voice come into your head as you blurt that out, or shortly after as you're staring into the bag. Dearest apologies. My fault. I'm so sorry about that. You caught me while I was taking a bath. If you could just give me a little bit of time to compose myself, as you can imagine, things are a little different than I expected them to be. I should be fine to talk in, 1 or 2 months, and then he stops talking.
Cascade will kind of listen for a moment and sit. Well, that's unfortunate. I had hoped that perhaps we might talk a bit more. It seems you are important, and I have a lot of questions. So just know that I'll be checking in every once in a while to ask them. It would be a lot more convenient for both of us if you would let me know when a better time was, rather than just popping in every 2 to 3 months.
I assume you've not heard about my baths. They are epic. 1 to 2 months is the soonest I can suggest.
I have not heard about your baths. However, I don't know if you can tell this, but I'm a water genasi. So the bar's set pretty high.
I'm oddly titillated by that. Do you often make it a point to speak to dashingly handsome gnomish creatures while they're naked in a bath?
It seems just coincidental at this point.
So this has happened to you before?
No, but it does seem it will happen again. My name is Cascade Traylon.
I don't know how to respond to that. My name is Rattan Tenarial. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
You knew Rognus?
I did.
Do you know why he left?
I didn't actually know he left.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Could have at least said goodbye.
It seemed that he was a bit busy, and goodbyes were in short supply.
As I said, 1 to 2 months. Bath time and all. Rubberducky, come here. And then he stops talking.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Rattan. And then she'll set about with this. She'll look at the treasure hoard in front of her, think of what she could do with that. Eye the window. Maybe Rognus had it right. And then she'll climb back into bed and pass the evening alone in her room.
So, the evening passes, and the morning comes when you are to meet with Artemis to set out on your journey down in the Velvet Vale Tavern, or out and around the corner in the Velvet Vale Tavern. As you come into the festival hall, the maitre d' says, "Oh, we have your table ready for you already. Sir Artemis is waiting for you if you'll just follow me this way." And as you get to the table, you see him there, smiling, proud as hell. And in front of you is a feast of a breakfast and several beverages of mostly Delg's choice. You notice that there is not one set for one of the seats. So what is it to be? Is there a particular direction we are going? Did you decide whether we go to the north, to the south, to the mid-south, to the west?
We're going to go to the Council of Mages and try and help our friend.
That is very good. Is as good a direction as any. I cannot say that I am. Listen, I am slightly disappointed we are not going to the city of Shadows first, but that is okay. I will get there at some point in my time in the travels.
Yes, we weighed that, but ultimately our friend has to come first.
I completely understand. Are we to meet them someplace else? I do not see them here.
We'll pick them up on the way out. Yes, from the inn. She is very ill.
Wonderful. I apologize. Did you mention before that she was ill? I do not remember. You did say that, yes. Because we needed the one card for her and then the other card for your stuff. I understand now. Yes. Exactly how ill is she? And what is wrong, if you do not mind my asking?
We don't know, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Do
She
you,
is very ill, and we don't know.
you had mentioned wanting to go to surgery first. Are you planning on asking if the Council of Mages to the south could do the surgery, or are you planning on just whisking her away someplace else?
We're
Yeah.
hoping that will convince them to let us teleport directly to Waterdeep.
Wonderful.
So,
I wish I could help you get there faster. There's my travels, my ability to travel is quite limited, as you can imagine. There's really only one place I can go, and that is not anywhere in the same direction as you are trying to get to. So,
what do you mean by that?
oh, just that there is we were talking about teleportation circles and travel and
Yes.
things like that, and I was bemoaning the fact that I cannot help you. I cannot get you there. That there's my travel is limited to on foot and very specific location. That's all.
He's cannot
Right,
cast the
that's-
circle for us.
No, that's the specific location thing. You said twice now. What do you mean by that?
Oh, it's funny. I was telling them. I was telling my new friends. Well, not new friends. They've been friends for a while. I was telling them that there should be like some sort of like badge or something, like an insignia or like a thing you can like put inside your coat or something.
Or like a secret handshake?
Yes, like a secret handshake. That would be so helpful. So that when you were on the
Right.
road, you could meet other people that are
And then
similar.
it would be a secret,
Yes.
but you could recognize. Yes.
Yes. So
Had
anyway.
that same conversation.
Yes. So anyway, the place I can go to is this wonderful little place called the Nowhere Inn. It's way out of the way. You probably have never heard of it, and that's where we're gonna stop tonight.
Very good.
Amazing.
I'm glad that you brought it up because they weren't getting my hints at all.
Were you actually hinting to ask about something like that?
Yes, he was the organization.
He kept saying other organizations, but I wasn't getting it because I was just thinking about organizations where we are,
Right,
not the
I was
guild.
like, did you guys meet anybody? Did anybody have friends or
Yeah,
anything?
you're
that could
right.
possibly
Now
help
that
you?
We don't have
Now that
any
you
friends.
mention it, you're right. You were hinting that I
We
was
all
not
forget
thinking
that
that
you
far
all
out of the
joined?
box. Yeah,
You guys
I'll
all joined an
admit.
organization.
Look,
I
I
was
was trying to-
trapped in my
I
Fey run
did
box. I wasn't.
Did
thinking
not join
outside
that
of the box.
organization. Thank you very much.
For those of you in chat, first of all, thank you guys for all the raids. It's incredible the support you guys have given us tonight. Thank you so much for that.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know what they're talking about, in a previous session, when the crew was coming out of the Infinite Staircase, they joined the Planeswalker Guild and are apprentices within that. And this guy just confirmed that he is also a member of the Planewalkers Guild. So,
I was gonna bring it up, but we moved past that conversation so fast that I didn't want to say it in case I was wrong.
When did you realize?
When when Bree was asking, do you know of any other organizations? It's
Oh,
like, yeah,
okay.
of course, Planewalkers Guild.
Okay.
I was about to like whip out the seal, but then it was just like, oh, how about this? I'm like, well, that's gone and passed. It doesn't matter.
yeah, I wasn't sure when you were talking about organizations, Bree. I wasn't sure if you meant like that
Yeah.
or if we were talking like organizations that perhaps Cascade has mentioned to you that she
Yeah,
knows
that's-
about.
It was
That's
really
where my head
like,
went.
it was the best like in character way I could think of to be like, hey, they need to remember that there's like this other
Yeah.
option.
Well,
How can I remind
there you go,
them
Hope.
of this?
Speak up next time, because
Okay.
you're way ahead of the rest of us.
I'll try.
Yep.
Just throw your seal at one of us, whoever's talking. Thing. Look, this thing.
So
I wanted to cast Sword of Recall before I went back there, just in case the portal closed. Though I was so afraid that I go through and like someone else step through it and it's closed and I'm just stuck there. So I wanted to make sure I had a way back here.
Yep.
No, see, we got to go over how that works again, because my understanding is it's your seal. You're the only one that can close it. It stays open, which is the danger, right? That a bunch of people could come through.
It's open for two
But-
passings.
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
So like he can
All right.
open it, but then people can come through until he comes back through.
Right, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
But only his presence is what opens and closes it, right? No one else can close it.
I think that's what we established. Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. That's why
Okay,
I
then.
understood it, because they were like making a big deal, like don't let anyone know because they can come through. So
So
there's no danger of getting stuck.
just so that you all know as players, all of the options on the table for you to go, including 2 that you didn't even find out about, were available. So no matter what direction you would have chosen, that's where we would have gone.
Okay.
The DM wanted you to go through the desert, but that's okay. You guys can go to the Mage Tower.
No.
That's fine.
Hey man, if it doesn't work, desert it is.
This is reverse psychology.
We're going straight south. And we're taking the longest route possible. We're gonna go south, take the coast back up, maybe take a boat out to an island or something, and
We
let's
we
just
get to
go-
the coast and we're like, you know what? Nah.
This is chill. I'm gonna hang out here.
right.
Oh my gosh. Well, unless you guys have anything else you want to talk about, or you want to.
Well, that little part at the end, you guys, frick, Cascade was not ready for that. That was very sweet. Is this a sign of good things to come, or is this a temporary break in the storm?
Dude, who knows?
I
Are
mean,
we in
you
the
don't
eye
know,
of the
Depends on what you
hurricane?
buy with all that.
yeah, you don't
Well-
know where the money came from. So all you know is that they'll still.
She has a pretty decent idea. And here's the thing, like, if she really didn't know, she would go down at breakfast and be like, somebody left 200 like platinum at my door. Like, she'll just say it. But and she's got the cool ring that I've wanted to. Since I watched the episode right before I joined the cast,
Mm-hmm.
and Rognus had talked to the ring, and all I could think is, I want to talk to that ring so goddamn bad.
Which is also super interesting because the first
Yes.
session we ever did together, Sarah and I,
Yes,
the character that's in the ring is the character I
Yes.
played.
yes, I'm like
Yep.
so happy. I get
There
a
you go.
Rattan reunion. And I'm so excited.
Yeah, just remember that Cascade doesn't know that that's a completely fake persona yet.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Everything's good. She's gonna roll with it, but I'm very excited about these developments.
Good. Well, I guess if that's all we've got, let's go around the horn one more time, introduce ourselves, remind chat what characters we played, and pitch anything you guys got coming up in the near future.
Hi, I'm Chum. Go by Chum Nation around the internet, and I'm playing Varys Selvarin, the High Elf Warlock. And coming up Wednesday, we got Beyond the Tides, right? It is this week, Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
And I'll let Ash talk more about that since it's her baby. And but I get to do dope monk shit in that, so that's good. And then Thursday we got Roundhouse. Lots of Roundhouse people, so Sane will talk more about that, and that's gonna be super cool. And then always back here on Sunday, this is my flagship favorite campaigns. This is the first one I ever started in, so please come back for more Morningstar. Thank you for all the raids tonight. Joe.
Hey, I'm Joe. You can find me on Twitter right now at @thenationofjoe_. I am playing Bree, the Warforged fighter rogue. Yeah, this week is an on week for Dat Magic Juice's campaign that I am in with some wonderful people, including Ash and like my wife and all those people. We're doing what are we doing? Princes of the Apocalypse mixed with homebrew stuff. So that's really some fun stuff. So we're every other Friday. So we're on an on week this Friday. And then, yeah, I'll be back here as Bree on Sunday. So I hope you all come back for that. Sketchy.
I am Akechi. I play Delg, the stone shaping, tree jumping, god praying, used to be feeble minded, soon to get married, and Cascade's mom? Nature Claire.
You keep saying that, I'm gonna run with it. I'm just telling you right now.
No!
God damn it.
You're gonna end up naked in the opposite sex again.
I know,
if
there's
you're
gonna
not
be portals
careful.
about to go through. No, you can find me here every Sunday with the lovely cast and the great DM, Sarah.
Hi, I'm Osirix Franco, and I played Cascade Traylon, the Water Genasi Order of the Scribes Wizard. If you like my face and the words I say, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osirix Franco. This week is an on week. We've got a lot going on here at Nat 20, whether it's Beyond the Tides or the Roundhouse Godswallow Whitebridge crossover on Thursday, which I think will it be on TPK Saint?
Yeah, it's Whitebridge, so it's TBK.
Perfect. You can also catch me over at TBK Roleplay, which is another TTRPG channel. Monday, we're doing Sherlock Investigations, where I play a dwarf warlock based loosely on Christoph Waltz's character from Django. You can catch me on Tuesday in Harper's, where I play a half-orc monk named Rory, who hates words and isn't overly fond of punching, but nobody's really asked him about it yet. And then on Friday, you can catch me at my channel. I'll be streaming Divinity Original Sin 2 with the fantastic Bright Dystopia. It should be very silly, very goofy, very fun. And then on Saturday, find me again at TPK Roleplay in the morning for Murder and Coffee, a GM talk show where we talk about all things Game Master related. And then I'm back here on Sunday for Morningstar, and I'm very excited about all of it, and you should check it out. Passing it over to Ash.
Yeah, that's me. Hi, I'm Ash. I go Bash and Rabbit here on Twitch and over on Twitter. It's gonna be a busy week. Oh my god. Wednesday for Beyond the Tides, which is a campaign that's based in Wildmount. If any of y'all are critters or familiar at all with Critical Role stuff, we've been using the Explorer's Guide to Wildmount to dive into that world, and that's something that I DM, and it's a lot of fun. It's a good time. Come check that out. Thursday for Roundhouse crossover episode, which is going to be
So excited.
bananas. I'm so pumped for that. Friday over on Dat Magic Juice's channel, I can't even talk, for the Princes of the Apocalypse thing, where I play a changeling rogue who is now like part skeleton, and it's weird and cool. Saturday, I'm actually going to be over on TPK Roleplay that evening for the Top Shelf, where we're playing Lancer, and I'm so excited. I got to make my pilot and mech today, and I am fucking jazzed for it. It's going to be super cool. And then, of course, next Sunday, in perpetuity, for more Morningstar and Company Incorporated, in which I played Hope, the Furbolg Life Cleric. Saint, it's off to you.
Hi, that's me. I'm DMF Saint, and you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint. Hey, when you run a channel, just get everybody else to pitch your stuff so that you don't have to. That's what I did. I will talk a little bit about Roundhouse for those of you who don't know. It's a Monster of the Week campaign run concurrently on this channel as well as TPK Roleplay. Season 1 has been all about stopping the apocalypse. The cast of both shows has stopped the 4 Heralds of the Apocalypse, kind of. So war, famine, pestilence, and death. And the final end monster of Season 1 has been revealed to be the Wandering Man himself, Kane. So both casts will be live on TPK Roleplay's channel this Thursday. I have never DM'd 8 players at once, and I am absolutely terrified. But hopefully I learn enough for the finale whenever that will come up. Obviously Morningstar next Sunday. Beyond the Tides, they all said it. That's going to do it for me. We are going to send you guys off and pass the love on to another member of our kind of shared community. He is a DM that runs things on Nat 20. Also is the DM that they mentioned before for the on session of this Friday that Hope and Bree, or the Nation of Joe and Ash and Rabbit, are in. We're going to send you over to Dat Magic Juice for the evening. Thank you guys so much for all the love, support, the follows, the raids. It means the world to us. We hope you enjoyed the content and you were entertained, and we will see you again very soon. Take care, guys.